Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Meta High School Tiebreakers Week. My name is Reinhardt, and I'm joined by Max Former von Neumann. A very, I definitely got to say, I'm going to highlight this straight away, Max. You have made a nice appearance on the OCS couch for, for the Riot Games division. You've also been appearing on UQU. They're now taking a couple weeks break to get the finality sorted, get ready into the round robin. Now we're coming into this with the tiebreakers division. I mean, I'm absolutely ecstatic. Like these two teams we've got MRGS1, Mount Roskill Grammar School versus Westlake Boys High School. It's definitely going to be quite an interesting feat that we're going to see coming out from both teams. I mean, Formal, how are you feeling about this, and what are your thoughts up to date about the current state of the patch?
I mean, first of all, I'm excited to see some League of Legends that's not strictly Queensland based. I have been watching in the past, but to actually be behind a microphone and casting this time some New Zealand tiebreakers, it's definitely going to be an exciting experience. Furthermore, I do want to further emphasize it is Mount Roskill taking on Westlake, not Westlake versus Westlake. That's a little bit of a typo there. It is Mount Roskill that will be on the blue side and Westlake on the red side in this one. But yeah, I mean, it's tiebreak time in Queensland. We've already finished our tiebreak, so now it's time for the other states to catch up as we get closer to the knockout rounds and closer to those big state finals. And today, it's like a little bit of a gauntlet almost. There's six teams competing. I believe there's only one spot available. So these first two teams that are playing right now, they're going to have to win three games if they want to advance to the next round.
That is, yeah, that's exactly true. And when it comes down to the win condition, just be able to stay alive and make it through to the second round of the split really does create a bit of a stressful mentality for yourself and as well like for the rest of your teammates. Because if you're under pressure and you start underperforming, it's going to affect the rest of your team. I mean, am I right, Formal, when I say that?
Definitely it can, especially, after a long season where it's 10 round robin games and maybe things would be a bit more laid back, a bit more casual. But now you're at the stage of the tournament where you need to win to advance. So it's sort of like you don't want all of those past games to be for naught. You really want to come out now, show your best self, have your best team available, and just win because that's the only option is win. If you lose, you're done.
That's exactly it. And, being a part of the Oceanic Esports Casting Association and watching every single game that has been played out on stream thus far in this split since week one all the way up through to the current week, it has been an absolute catastrophe. Like I'm seeing like really good plays here, left, right, and center, and I'm also seeing god awful missteps as well. Like it really goes to show that with the high school scene where there is an error to be made, the other team, if they can recognize it and play on it, they will actually stretch it out and make it bigger than what it actually is. And coming into the tiebreakers, I'm hoping that both teams try to be a little bit more reserved when making plays left, right, and center. Because if they do make that slight little error of judgment when they come into a gameplay, or to a team fight moment, or catch out somebody else, regardless what the tactic and play does come out to be, it can really be almost nearly disastrous and sometimes even be the game finishing moment. So like looking at how both these teams are coming into this, I wonder what we're going to see coming going into game one of today's saga, because this is absolutely it. Like this is pretty much for all the marbles. Like whoever wins this round moves on to the next one and gets one step closer to being able to go into the round robin, as well as possibly be able to make it to the Melbourne Esports Open that's going to be happening in September.
Yeah, definitely. And coming out of the New Zealand region as well, these are going to be very high quality teams. I know last year, I believe in the end, it was a New Zealand team versus, I believe, a New South Wales team that made it all the way to the grand final. So coming out of this region, these teams have a big mantle, big shoes to fill if they want to prove they are worthy. As we have moved into picks and bans already, seeing Kennen and Riven taken away. Now, these usually when I see a Kennen or Riven taken away, I'm thinking this is more comfort targeted bans as opposed to attacking the meta.
I'm feeling that exact same vibe. Like, take it, the first two champions sort of help set the notion as to know who's going to be a major contender. Monochrome actually having Riven taken away from Chicken, which means that, they're feeling like he might be a contender. As well, we're seeing Kaiser, a very strong meta champion, taken away. Even though the last patch or so has actually affected her quite significantly. Like, I mean, we're seeing Mana Moon being picked up for her. Rinsu's Rageblade has also been, dulled down quite a bit, where the passive is now every third base attack instead of every second. So whoever picks it up is going to feel like Vayne in a matter of speaking, in a certain aspect of it. And then like looking over on the other side, we're seeing an Isaiah taken away as an ADC from, I believe it's going to be Meeting playing as their ADC in this first game. You've also got Morgana taken away. So I'm seeing at least two very strong champions on either side. I'm seeing a very historical one trick pony as well as Silas. And just Cannon also being, put on that ban bench means that they're looking for something that's going to be a little bit less disastrous when going for a team fight, because Cannon's that type of champion that can initiate unrivalably well. And just like as soon as he gets that on his hourglass, he pops his ulti. He gets that thunderstorm on top of everybody. He's pretty much like, set the motion for their team. And if they got like a Galio, it could really work well. But it's nice to see that he's put away in the ban bench, and we're now seeing their first lineup of champions showing up on this roster. And I'm loving this. Like we're seeing Chicken taking up Leona as a flex pick for Rice Farmer. We've also got Monochrome picking up Arella for himself. A nice comfortable pick as well coming out from Kiev.
Yeah, definitely Leona is an odd first pick for sure. It is a bold statement. Not too surprising though that they've decided to opt for it after banning out the Morgana, just because that Black Shield can counter Leona's Zenith Blade and follow up stun attack very, very effectively. But it's still a niche pick. It's still a single target dive, similar to a Mumu right now. So definitely it looks as if Mount Roskill is putting together a dive composition. In return, though, Westlake is definitely looking more conventional, more meta. Aurelia is a flex pick. It can go mid, can go top, is a strong duelist with a lead, can take over a game completely. Sejuani, big tanky initiating jungle, hard to kill later and later the game goes. Glacial Prison is one of the strongest initiating and team fighting abilities in the game. I feel as if already we're seeing comfort coming out of Mount Roskill versus maybe more meta out of Westlake. And in these types of situations, typically I like to go for comfort, but if Westlake knows how to play the meta comfortably, I think right now they are winning this pick and ban phase.
I'm loving what I'm seeing as well. I mean, you've got Relay picked up in top, Sedge jungle, Echo mid lane. So far we're seeing historical picks in the ascending order accordingly. However, we're seeing a flex pick taken out by Chicken for Rice Farmer. So obviously they're looking to try and get some favoritism going. Like they can usually when you pick flex pick for someone else, you're a little bit uncomfortable with your lane and you want to make sure you is essentially like have less trouble time trying to take it on. And like it's like picking up Leona means that they won't exactly have their top laner banned away, sorry, picked up immediately. They won't have to look for, they won't have to worry about someone countering them, because well, they're going to be able to be the preemptive ones now, just responding to the fact they've got Irelia top. ADC has yet to also make an appearance on either side. Coming into the second round of bans, I'm already seeing like just so far on these in this ban roster, we've got 3 ADCs taken away in total. You've got one support, like probably two possible mid laners. I'm seeing like a mid slash top flex pick on both sides. Aatrox taking away in this final ban. You could definitely tell they're looking to make sure that they don't get those meta champions. And I feel as though Aatrox is definitely one of those champions. So much as we're also seeing Yumi being put on the ban, like
Yep.
ever since she has made her debut, she has been disastrous in the right hands. Like I've seen good plays, I've seen bad plays. And honestly, if you get someone that's really good on a Yumi, it's pretty much like you're almost never going to have to worry about being in a 2v1 team fight, because her heals and movement speed just, they're an absolute lethal combo playing on with your ADC.
As we're seeing Tarek currently locked in for Westlake. Something else I want to point out by how the first round in the pick and bans went, I'm a little worried that Mount Roskill kind of opted into easily counterable matches blind. Like a blind Leona, I feel can get countered hard, yes, by Morgana, but also by things like an Ezreal or any of the sort of more mobile AD carries, not to mention Thresh is usually good counter to it. Tarek actually isn't that bad either because you can play a bit reactively. Caitlyn locked in, so it will be a Caitlyn Leona lane. Not sure they synergize the best. Like, yeah, you have that poke from Caitlyn and like good zoning distance, but the Leona engaged, she wants to all in. Caitlyn not doesn't really want to do that as much, so a bit surprised there. Trundle will be locked in as well. I'm assuming that will be for the top lane to try and counter this Aurelia, and with the Tarek comes the Sona.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. I mean, we saw this in the LCK, we saw this in China. We're now seeing it here in Oceania. Just the Tarek Center combo. You can definitely see that they're going to try and survive lane long enough for the rest of the team to get ahead. And I can only assume that we're not going to see Keith making much of an appearance down there, just because of the fact that they do lack a lot of damage capability formal. And what I also want to point out is like they're going up against the Caitlyn and Leona. And if they can get the preemptive strike on at least Sona, it could be very favorable for them. But what I'm also loving to see, or just based on what I've seen coming out from a Tarek Sona bottom lane duo, is the amount of shields, the amount of heals, the stun coming out from Tarek prior to level 6, and then post 6, you've got invulnerability, you've got crescendo. I mean, it's just an absolute fiesta of abilities, just, how much these two can survive in lane. And like as well, they're both like I can only assume they're both gonna go for their support items like Spellthief's Edge and what was it called? My brain is freezing. Relic Shield to start off with,
Mhm.
and they're going to try and survive lane phase long enough for the rest of the team to essentially get in line. Because like what they lack down bottom lane, I'm hoping we'll see come out from the rest. Because like you've got Echo, Irelia, Sejuani, very like as you mentioned this earlier, they have like the engaged base team comp. Whereas when you're looking over the opposite side, you've got Mount Roskill's Trundle top lane and a Mumu jungle. Leona's very good as an engage. Mumu can respond kindly, and Trundle, if he can get that frozen pillar down, as well as the terrain to sort of get the movement speed boost, the attack speed boost, it's a nice response as well. But the upfront assault, I feel as though just looking at these team comps, Westlake I feel like they have the advantage just mainly because they've got the Glacial Prism, they've got the Vanguard's Edge, you've got Tarek and Sona. I mean, there is just so much to take into account here. And like, if we're looking at this mathematically, that is quite a very difficult, equation to be able to solve.
Yeah, something else that I wanted to bring attention to as well are the summoner abilities coming out of Westlake. Three teleports and a cleanse. Very defensive, very mobile as well, but we're not seeing those ignites. We're not seeing those heals, and I'm worried that the bot lane might actually become a bit too pressured as a result of it. Definitely, I would prefer a heal ignite in a bot lane, but then again, that's also from what would be a more conventional bot lane. Teleport cleanse, very strong. The cleanse obviously needs to be taken when you're up against a Leona. Tarek can eat that Zenith Blade and be perfectly fine. The three teleports as well should lead to a lot of map play, you would think. Definitely a team that's not going to be losing experience either. It's going to be interesting. I very unconventional sort of summoners with conventional picks coming out of Westlake, and the opposite almost out of Mount Roskill, where you get the conventional summoners, but almost unconventional picks. Top Trundle is not something you tend to see very often. Leona Caitlyn, as I said, I'm going to question the synergy on this one, but if both of these players do know how to play these champions, it really shouldn't be an issue.
I feel like this is a very unconventional matchup between the two. Like, it's not like we're seeing three teleports, being picked up as summoner spells from Westlake, whereas everything else is, completely common and historic on Mount Roskill. Just sorry, every time I think Mount Roskill, I just keep thinking Mount Rushmore because MR, Mount Ross, Mount Rush. They're both very similar, and it's a tongue twisting moment.
Yeah,
So I will apologize in advance if I do accidentally, have the slip of
who
the
would be
tongue.
the four heads then? So it's like, is it actually like in Mount Rushmore now is Trundle, Amumu, TF, and Caitlyn or
It's
something?
feeling like that, yeah. Just like
Uh,
the history, like the lore behind him as well, sort of fits the
like,
bill a little bit better too. I mean, you got
oh
Trundle who
yeah,
lives in snow for starters, and then you've got extras like Leona with the power of the sun. That's very high in the sky. Just
yeah.
twisted fate, how he can see literally everything. It's almost as if he's sitting on top of Rat Moshmore as well. He's got a giant telescope. He can literally see where every single individual is, and
When
it is just quite the theme I'm feeling.
when I think America, I definitely think mountain trolls and Egyptian mummies. Like those are definitely the two things that come to mind. I'm- As we were loading into game now, however, I'm really nervous. I'm really, really nervous for both of these teams. Like, I'm not super happy with either pick and bans, if I'm going to be completely honest. I think both of them did opt much more for comfort though, as opposed to meta, and that is all well and good. I just I don't know. I feel as if this game might start to snowball one way over the other because I feel if either of these teams fall behind, it's going to be really hard for them to climb a bit back out of it. Not to mention the fact that because of the high pressure in the situation where it's win in advance, lose, and you're done for the year, I feel making a mental mistake may get into some of these players' heads. Because you have to remember, this is high school. So, not to sound too horrible, but high schoolers, especially in sports and competition, they play a lot through emotion. It's very rare that you'll see a high schooler who is cool, calm, and collected. this can be a good thing when you're ahead because you ride that emotion and things are going so great for you and you're winning and you feel unstoppable. But should the opposite take into effect and you start to fall behind, I do believe age may come into effect and it may be harder for these players to mentally rebound in the heat of the moment. That is what I'm going to be curious to see in this one as we hit a pause almost immediately. Furthermore, we will be having a sync up pause, I believe, at 10 seconds. Are you feeling?
I'm feeling the 10-second mark is going to be a nice startup into, into this saga tonight, or into the saga today. I mean, we want to get as much action as possible. We want to be able to miss very little, as well. I mean, the more action we get to see, the more the story begins to unravel itself a little bit. Like, at the end of the day, we want to see not so much the ending, but the journey from start to finish. Otherwise, it's going to be like, it's going to be a little bit of a hit and miss. People are going to miss, what happened, why it happened, why is someone on 10 and 0, and why is another person on 0 and 10. Like it's sort of like it comes all the way down to, what makes out that situation. And like we live for these plays. We live for the glorious moments, the bit that really stands out, the highlights essentially. I don't think I really need to go any further into it. But when we're looking at the champion loadout and we had both teams, like managed to get a better picture of what they've chosen down their keystone path. What I'm really curious about, or I'm also really interested in seeing, is this Tarek and Sona combo. Like you got the
Mhm.
Kleptomancer as well as Guardian, very historical, very common. I I'm considering, like, I want to see how this is going to work out for them because we've seen it in the pro scene. Now I want to see it down in the high school scene and go up against a Caitlyn Leona who has a very strong aggressive combo. Like you've got Leona's Zenith Blade as well as, like, the stunning shield. Caitlyn with her traps as well as the her upfront power, just that headshot or the ace in the hole. Like everything about it, the fact that they have the range, the aggression, everything of the sort. Like I'm really curious to see how it's going to work out because I've seen Tarek and Senna go up against a majority of combos, but I've not seen him go up against Leona and Kaylin, and that's what I'm really looking forward to. Seeing played out a little bit more on this map. Like everything else thus far is a little bit more historical. Looking at these two top laners, it like Monochrome as Aurelia and Chicken as Trundle, both taking on Conqueror. I'm curious to see how Mono is going to actually stand up to him because if they're going to be playing Farmville in top lane, we can definitely tell, well, we're definitely going to see that Trundle will have the advantage mainly because of his passive.
Yeah, I don't see Monochrome opting to play Farmville on this Aurelia, especially into the Trundle. I feel he's going to be a bit more aggressive. He's going to try and get that lead, try and get the snowball going. It's just the nature of the champion and the matchup as well, especially when you're going into someone else who is melee. You always want to try and take those trades because you feel like you can get the hit, stun, hit, pull out before your opponent can react. And you do that enough time, you get your opponent within that kill threshold, and boom, you get that kill. Then you come back into lane with the teleport, do it again, come back again, do it again, keep that going, and then all of a sudden, you have a 4 kill lead over your opponent. You take that advantage to the mid lane, and then you take over the game. Once again, I'm going to apologize for the pause. As some of you may or may not have seen when you've logged onto Riot today, there were some client side issues. We believe one of the players may be experiencing this now. It may just be a matter of them restarting their own client and getting back into the game. So we will be getting to the action shortly.
But you know what? In the meantime, we definitely have to keep talking hypothesis. Like this top lane, we covered a good amount of ground on it. The one thing I'm very curious though, like that sort of, tickles my brain a bit between the two. Like Trundle's Q actually lowers her attack damage and he gains it for that, for the duration. And that's what I'm feeling will be a little bit problematic for Monochrome. Like if he can't really go up against Trundle, he doesn't really have much of an option except to play more passively. And like that's why I'm really curious to see how it's going to work out between the two. Whereas, we're seeing a lack of difference between the junglers as well as the mid laners. Like Twisted Fate has a good like variety of kit. Like he's got the gold card to go up against Echo whenever he decides to, dash in and whack out. Whereas these junglers, it's going to be really quite the camp clearing champions. Like Amumu's really good with the sadness tears. You've got Sejuani who's also really good on her toes. She's a nice camp clearer. She's able to dash into the lane just as quickly. And like I want to know how they're going to like where they're going to be pathing, where they're going to go, and what lanes are they going to focus coming into this because you've got Tarek and Sona to worry about.
I want to know what kind of shopkeeper builds a pirate ship themed shop on top of a mountain.
Why do you say
That's
that?
okay. I don't know where you're paused right now, but I'm currently paused right over the red side shop, and you have that walrus looking dude, and his shop is literally made out of a pirate ship. And I'm trying to think, why did he build a boat on top of Summoner's Rift, which, when you look at the backdrop, is on top of a mountain?
That does make a lot. That does actually raise a giant level of curiosity. But like you see out in the streets, it is more just for the theme of it. I mean, he looks like a very
Yeah,
prestigious adventurer. He's got the nice, aviator's jacket on. Like, that's a
yeah,
nice
true.
weird jacket.
Also, was it a flying pirate ship?
It could be. I mean, Runeterra is known to be completely unique to, the real world. We see flying ships. We see,
Hmm.
blue people with runes all over them. You've got, Syndra who managed to, activate her dark powers. You've got like 3 to 4 major cities at war with one another constantly. It is literally a battle of the fittest, mainly Demacia and Noxus, for example. I mean,
I
it only makes sense to be honest.
I mean, it is a world with yordles, and any world like that, for the hope and sake of all of humanity, shan't not be real. No
No,
yordles allowed.
no,
I think
definitely
that's why
not.
that's why I think I'm rooting for Westlake almost. Sorry, caster bias here, but no yordles on the red side. Maybe I might have to pick them to win this. That said, the only good yordle is a dead yordle, so Mount Roskill does have that going for them as well.
Well, it's looking pretty interesting, like, regardless how it's going to go about. What, we're still going to this pause.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I read the patch notes earlier today. I read the
Mhm.
press release. Have you actually noticed bringing out a new game mode called Teamfight Tactics?
I have not actually noticed this yet. Unfortunately, commitments outside of Summoner's Rift has kept me from being up to date. I was planning on having a good, research session tomorrow on my way down to Sydney. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to it today yet. So you are going to have to fill me in on this one.
Well, for the most part, it is definitely like a game of chess. Like both teams start off with they start off with the amount of gold. They buy champions. They make you make moves along the map or like on this giant board. It feels like Dota Auto Chess revamped into League of Legends edition, and it's literally you have gold. You save it up to buy champions. You add them onto the chessboard, and then you essentially just move out there and try and take down the enemy nexus, but it's in a different fashion. So I'm curious to see how it's going to unravel as it finally makes its way onto the PBE. Whereas for the time being, they're just giving us a bit of a teaser as to what we're going to see coming about, just as much as like what we saw with Kayana when she first made her video teaser. Then they took a couple days, finally decided to release her ability set as well as what type of jungler she is. Sorry, what type of role she's going to be sitting in for the majority sense. I could definitely feel she's going to be a jungler just based on some of her abilities, like her Q gives her like invisibility when she uses it from inside a bush. She slows someone down when she's in the river, and if she uses it right along to like if the ability hits terrain, it just completely highlights the entire terrain. So I was like, I'm curious to see over the next probably couple of weeks or so when they press release even more information about this new game mode because it's looking like it could be a worthwhile investment. Well, I mean, they did the same thing with Clash, which is still under development. There have been a few, kinks here and there. It's made its appearance on the PBE, left, right, and center, time and time again. There is going to be troubleshoots all the way through for a very long time until it's literally, flawless. I mean, I've even seen, I think it was EU West and North America when they had specific role ranks, where it's like if you're like a diamond mid laner but a bronze support, it's like if you put yourself down as mid, you're going to get diamond players in your team. If you're a bronze support though, you're going to get bronze players across your entire team. Like it, and that didn't really work out well because a lot of people just didn't treat it seriously when it came to getting the autofill role. And like like with this one, I'm curious to see whether it's going to make it or it's going to break it essentially. The thumbs up or the thumbs down.
I mean, other game modes have come in and they've worked just fine. I think this one will be fine as well. The biggest issue that happened with Clash just had to do with so many games starting at once at the same time. And the issue with that rank system was the fact that, like, yes, you might be a diamond mid laner and a bronze support player, but really that means you have diamond game knowledge of the game. So even if you are a bronze support, you are still going to be playing at a higher level than anyone else at that level, which is what led to a lot of the issues that went down with that. So I do believe that this mode should run fine. I'm not too worried about this one. That said, unfortunately, we might be having to switch our games up due to this client side issue. Things will be getting sorted shortly, and we will be getting it to a game soon, hopefully. Very much sooner than later. We might be seeing these two teams. We might be seeing another one. So please stick with us. Sorry you have to put up with our small talk and our theorizing. To us, it's interesting. I hope it's interesting to everyone out there as well.
Well, you know what? I think for the time being, we've had a nice little 10-minute brainstorming session. Why don't we give the folks a little bit of music to, have a nice little relapse on, sort of, give them that mental break needed while we get this technicality sorted and get ourselves underway into the next game. I mean, we do have time to be able to prepare for this. So why don't we just have a small little breather, let our lungs recuperate, let our throats settle down, cool down a little bit, and try and figure out how we can get that first game on stream today, brought to you by Meta High School League. let's fucking do it.
Hello,
Hello.
everybody, and
Actually, I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it.
welcome back to
Both do
the
it.
New Zealand Meta Tiebreakers. There has been a little bit of a pause, but we will be ready to go for our game between Mount Roskill and Westlake.
And I am the adrenaline rush, the level of anxiety is peaking. Like we had a major malfunction before with the technical issue that's actually been arising all across the game recently. Like we've got people having disconnection issues between being able to actually get in game and they're not able to return. So we do apologize wholeheartedly for this circumstance, the delay in getting into match. But we're happy to say that we're getting back into it now. We're going to be doing a rush through champion select and try and get into game as swiftly as possible.
Indeed, so we do apologize about the delay, but technical issues do happen, so we'll have to see, more than anything, moving on from the technical side of the game, what I want to see is pick and ban. Now, specifically, there's a certain champion, Reinhardt, that has caught my eyes recently.
And what?
Yumi.
Yes. What about the champion? What about that champion that has caught your eye?
I've seen a lot of discussion about who has pick priority on the Yumi, and specifically, a lot of the people say, oh, you first picked the Yumi, she's super strong right now, and then you realize that Yumi, when paired up with an AD carry that can't really utilize her that well, falls apart completely. So, in pro play, we do see blue side often banning Yumi, and I do wonder, is Mount Roskill gonna fall under the same trap?
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, she was put away on the ban list this time, so we're not going to see her played in the first game of today's broadcast. But we might actually see it a little bit later, and I have to agree as well. I have to agree with you on that. Like the champion Yumi, when paired up with an ADC that can't exactly do very well in a 2v1 scenario, would be a little bit devastating and actually be a very easy forfeit. Like that's going to be at least 2 kills, pushed over to the other side and give the enemy team that slight push. I mean, I've seen a couple good champions that pair off well with her, but for the time being, I don't think it's like a good idea to sort of touch base on it because she's on the ban list, so it's a little bit irrelevant in this current game. But looking at what we've got coming up, like everyone's rushing through the picks, they've just finished bans, they're going through the picks. What I'm loving at the moment is that we're seeing Irelia and Sejuani picked up immediately. We've got a Murray picked in response. So far, like just between these two mid laners and the junglers, I feel as though they are going to be the comparable difference, like how both teams are going to behave. If Sejuani, decides to focus top and mid more predominantly because their bottom lane is going to be picking up Sona and Taric when we get through the final bans. Like I'm curious if that is going to work well for them, or are they going to fall a little bit short? As Roskill have, they've got Twisted Fate, who's good as an all-round mobility champion once he hits level 6, and a Mumu with his rep as well as Curse of the Sad Mummy.
We'll see how much impact they can have, and I really do like this jungle matchup we're going to end up seeing, because Sejuani, kind of a staple right now when it comes to, can be aggressive, and she does a ridiculous amount of damage, given the fact that, it's 80% tank coming out of the jungler of Westlake. But on the other side, Amumu, perhaps not as standard as we expect, but it's very, very powerful, especially with the likes of the Curse of the Sad Mummy that he has available for the team fight.
Oh, and I feel like it's only going to get worse with how these teams decide to, play out when coming into game. I mean, we've yet to see anything major coming out because, like, when we got into game, we had the technical glitch come through, so we couldn't actually see any movement coming out from either team. No items were picked, no movements happened. We didn't get to see where either team went. And that's what's really setting this level of anxiety through the roof. Like I want to see action. I want to see a story unvolve because so far we're still on the prologue. We're still on the first page after opening up the front cover. And I want to see where this goes because this is a tiebreaker match. Both teams are looking to win this and try and get themselves through to the next round because it's no longer a safe, easy game. It is pretty much going to be for all the marbles. Like I believe whoever wins this game is going to be moving on to the next round and be able to get one step closer towards hitting Melbourne Esports Open happening in September.
A lot on the table for all of these teams, and when we look at the lineups that they're bringing to the table, specifically the champions they've locked in, we need to ask ourselves, well, what are they going for? So, for Westlake, what is Westlake going for their win condition? They've got Taric Sona in the bottom lane, which is oppressive and it's a pain in the ass to deal with. But then they've got Aurelia and Echo. So I want to say, where do we think that they're? Is it going to be a 1-3-1 split push composition? Are they going to try and do pick potential with the Sejuani ultimate? What are Westlake really gunning for in this game?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I mean, I have not really seen either team play on stream yet. I don't really know much of the specifics because I haven't been able to keep in touch with, a majority of, how teams have been playing, left, right, and center. But just based on these team comps, like everybody here is on average platinum level and above. The reason why I'm saying I'm very curious to see how it's going to work is because the champions are relatively good. They've got a basic skill set and whatnot, but it comes down to how the player behind the champion. Like, are they going to be very passive when going up against a champion that counters them, or are they going to be proactive, have another laner help them, or even the jungler help them, and getting ahead and trying to secure away that first turret and be able to open up the map for their team. We've got Aurelia versus Trundle topside, and I believe before with our other caster Max, he felt a little bit like, it's like Irelia should be very aggressive and try and get the early lead. She doesn't really want to try and, play a game of Farmville Simulator in top because going up against Trundle, Trundle does have advantage mainly because of his passive. But what I'm feeling is that she would need to be a little bit more passive until she gets Sejuani coming in to help her lane. Because if she tries to go in on Trundle while there is still a majority of minions available or still up and about but at critical health, or even just being out trying to go in, getting caught out by Trundle's bite, losing a bit of attack damage, and ultimately actually falling a little bit short when coming into a team fight.
We'll see how much impact that is. It feels like they've almost got a season 3 kind of composition because Trundle, Twisted Fate, Caitlyn, taking me back to season 3. Well, you look at Westlake, Tarek's Sona is such a new innovation of a champion. Echo's still relatively, or not relatively new, so and the Aurelia rework is super interesting as it appears something is. Oh
It
lord.
looks like we're having that technical glitch coming through once again. This is very unfavorable, very unfortunate. It's come in at the most unopportune time. If it's looking to, have fun with us, it's coming at the best moment. But otherwise, we're having a lot of difficulties getting into game number 1 today, midnight. Sorry, Iatos, as like it's really unfavorable. And I got to feel for High Brian High, who has been the source of this connection problem. And I don't think he's going to be able to continue through. As they're going to have to sub him out, bring in another player to play on their that's on their roster to play for their team, either in that role or another role, as we can try and get into the game number 1, because this is going to be the third time we're going into, and it's it's really beginning to stretch out a little bit.
It's one of those. It's really unfortunate that it's happening in game 1 of all times for it to happen. Of course, it's going to be on game 1 of the tiebreaker series. But while we do have a little bit of spare time, I know you and Formal were having an interesting discussion about why is a shopkeeper hanging out on the top of a mountain. But something I would like to drag us to is we did get to see the through our pick and ban. Something that's interesting, and it's this idea of how do you play from behind, because you look at both competitions that we did get to see in the Champion Select, and both of them do bring a decent amount of engage to the table, and it's a little concerning in a way that if you fall behind and you botch your engage, how many times can you mess up an engage before it really starts to fall apart on you?
Honestly, probably it's a at most 2, or even better yet, if they get a whole item ahead of you, or even like they've managed to complete all the item pieces needed to get a full item. Like for instance, for a Trinity Force, a Phage, a Sheen, and Stinger, but they just haven't completed the item. You don't really want to go in at that point. And then it also comes down to, like, it really becomes circumstantial. If the rest of your team is doing well, you'll be able to get away with trying to trade off at least twice more before knowing, before realizing, or settling down to the reality that you just need to sit there and wait it out. Just try and keep him preoccupied top lane and follow him when he goes into the jungle and meets your jungle in a 2v1 mismatch, or even better yet, you could try and make it from a 2v1 to a 2v2, or if your if your enemy top laner decides to go in and invade solo, you'll be able to turn it to a 2v1. It really comes down to how the enemy decides to play it out. If the top laner can, if he's really good at freezing the lane, you ain't exactly got much, riding for you. You'd have to try and get the jungler to help you. Otherwise, you would have to hope that the rest of your team can pull through, whether it be your bottom lane taking their first turret and swapping with top, or even mid lane actually taking theirs down, or even better yet, actually having all three members come towards your lane and help you out. And that would most likely be with the help of the Herald since it's made its debut, because this is where the Herald can make a huge difference, regardless how far behind you are. If you know where the enemy jungler is, it's still in lane phase. Having that Herald in your pocket, we're going to help a lane that is so far behind that is being denied the ability to even soak up XP from minions going down, could make or break, a gaming situation. But like as I said before, it really comes down to how your team plays it out. There are many circumstances that could really lead to whether you're going to be able to make a recovery from, giving off too many kills to your enemy laner, or whether you're actually going to be able to stay ahead and try and get ahead for your team. Because if one lane's lacking, you most typically do not want the other lanes to lack as well, because that just means that you're going to have less pressure to be able to apply and keep map presence very minimal, because there's going to be so much fog of war. There's not going to be enough turrets available to defend against as well. Your minion waves are going to be pushed all the way into your base wall that you won't be able to see what they're doing. You won't be able to go for dragon or Baron. Like, you're pretty much going to be stuck in a very unfavorable spot. And the one thing that could be really problematic is that if they get caught out while inside that jungle where they have no idea where anyone is, it could actually be the game-ending moment.
Well, that's all for in-game. Unfortunately, guys, as we've said, there's going to be a little bit of a break. So while we wait to load into our first game of the day, there are a few fun little things we can talk about. Now, I suppose there are two big things that are happening right now in terms of League of Legends. And the first one's going to be Teamfight Tactics, which they've just announced. And I got to admit, I'm kind of excited for. And then the other one is, of course, the Mordekaiser rework. Which one do you want to take a crack at first with Reinhardt?
Well, let's go to the Mordekaiser rework, because the way you said that gave off this vibe that you are absolutely aesthetic. You are like, on fire about it. You really want to see it come out like almost immediately.
I love the idea of it. This idea of, they've got a particular champion that I just don't want in the team fight, or I can 1v1 them. Like, I just love this idea of this isolated 1v1. It's going to make every Yasuo main just become a Mordekaiser main at this point, because that's all they want is a 1v1. So I love this idea of, okay, isolate a single individual, take him out of the fight, and just the whole kit. Because the current Mordekaiser is a little bit of a mess. Let's not lie to ourselves right now. It's a little bit of a mess, and the fact that they're revamping champions rather than just trying to throw out 1.5 million new ones to undercut the old ones, I think is a really good decision.
That is true. That is true. Although I have found one major counter, or one giant negative towards Mordekaiser's ulti, and that is if you're playing Gangplank and you eat an orange when that ulti is hovering around you, you get brought back to the real world. Like, you're no longer versing in 1v1. That is literally it. You turn the fight from a 1v1 to a 5v5. Actually, probably a 4.5 versus 5, because Mordekaiser's ulti sort of helps separate the situation, and it's still 5v5 for them, or a 4v4. But Mordekaiser would have the advantage because he's on his own terrain, and if he has the item advantage as well, it's actually just going to look even more into his favor. That's one thing that I had to highlight about Mordekaiser based on what I've seen in his PvE developments. But apart from that, he has a very interesting kit. I mean, he grabs you in with an ability. His passive is that, once he gets 3 attacks on a single champion, he gets a burst of movement speed plus an AoE for a couple of seconds. I believe there was something else about his mace that does a bit of extra damage. My mind's a little bit foggy just touching base on the subject, but for the majority part, or a nice big summary about the new champion rework, I'm loving it. Like, it's about time we saw something new coming out from a very old champion, or a very original champion, because he's had a few tweaks, he's had a few reworks done on his abilities. Now it's time for a completely new Mordekaiser to be replaced on Summoner's Rift. Actually, better yet, in League of Legends as a whole. And I am curious to see where it's going to sit in the state of affairs when it comes in on this current patch. I believe that rolls through tonight.
Those are be exciting to see, and all I'm hoping is that the Mordekaiser is a bit more balanced than Season 5 Mordekaiser. That's all I really wanted, that, because if you've got a champion that has a 100% pick ban rate, and 100% win rate at Worlds. Not exactly the most ideal design, perhaps. So, oh, do you remember the Juggernaut update? That was ridiculous. That patch was ridiculous.
Oh, there's been so many updates. There have been so many metas coming in and out. The last thing I strongly remember is the Ardent Sensor Ardent Sensor meta. That was quite disastrous. That was a whole load of chaos. Just appearing on the ref. As soon as you see Ardent Sensor like appeared in, you know, your support's infantry or even like Ivern or something like that, it's pretty much going to be near game over. And that is all I remember. After that, it has been switching. It was the Storm Razor meta for a while. Now it's coming back to the critical chance meta. And, rolling over to this new patch, we're seeing even more new stuff coming about. Like I mentioned earlier, we've got some champions taking up Mana Moon like Kai'Sa. We've got Grinsu's Rageblaze having a bit of a nerf, but still being picked up by Vayne and a couple other highlight champions. Even though it has been nerfed, that we still have not really seen any major downfalls about it. Like not many champions have actually hit a very hardcore nerf on it. I'm seeing Gragas actually having a few passive stat bonuses. Like he gets more health at level 1. He has a higher health accumulation. He has more attack damage. At the start, like his starting bonuses have been buffed, and that's what's really interesting to see. But I have not really seen him made much of an impact on Summoner's Rift yet. He is still sitting in that void zone. Right, I'm still seeing a lot of Jarvan Force, Sejuani, Irelia, like all champions that have been played over the last patch or two that have have high appearance rate, a high win rate. They're still making an appearance regardless how much they've been touched. And I feel like there still needs to be some more extras going along. And now we're like now we've touched base on that, and now we've managed to touch base a little bit on Mordekaiser. We've also been asked what are our opinions on the new game mode coming out, Teamfight Tactics. I mean, have you been able to touch much base on it in the press release?
All I've done is, and I did it during the moments where you and Formal were casting earlier today, I read through what's on the client, and that's literally about all I have been able to do on it. It looks like discount chess is the best way I can describe it. And I gotta admit, I've played a bit of like other variations of this kind of game, so I'm not against this idea in the slightest. It's just super interesting and a fun little new take on stuff.
I'm I'm a little bit undecided about it. I mean, apparently I've been told that it is a spin-off to Dota Auto Chess, but what's caught my eye about it is that I don't think I've ever seen a strategic-based game or a tactic game like it before. Like you start off with, I believe, a single champion, and then as you progress through each round, you get more gold to spend on champions to join your lineup as it progresses, and then like once you hit a certain point, yeah, it's like you can actually like do a reverse, like the champion you pick first will be the champion you pick last type of thing. Or it's really hard to tell. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of information about it. I've only seen a nice basic summary, but so far I'm keen to see how it will go in the PBE realm. Like however it makes it there is going to be it's pretty much going to make or break it. Like if it doesn't do well there, then it's going to be scrubbed and they're going to try and look in a different direction. I mean, we've seen this done before with individual role ranks where if you could be a diamond mid laner but a bronze support and a silver top laner, and vice versa all the way around. That got scrapped because a lot of people, when given the autofill role of support or whatever their main role isn't, they sort of just they just sort of half bake it, and they don't really give a toss about how the game's going to go because it's there, and I say this with an air quote, auto-filled role. They don't think it's important. I'm feeling a little bit against it. Like it sort of gives people a really good, a much better understanding, and it restates this. It restates how rank should be viewed. Like if you're a diamond in one area but bronze across all the others, it's like congratulations, that is your average. But a lot of people seem to think, no, I am a diamond top laner, which means I'm diamond across everywhere else. That's I feel like it's sort of like two sides of the spectrum. Like the scale is just like constantly jumping up and down between the two.
I mean, that we could have a whole debate on people, who where they think their ranks are and such. But I'm going to drag us back to the tactics game just for a little bit. Partly because you mentioned that if it doesn't do well, it's potentially going to get scrapped. And I think, honestly, even if it doesn't do well initially, they are still going to commit to it. Partly because, and this is something I liked about when Nexus Blitz was a thing I think that League of Legends should have a shorter game mode than, you've got ARAM, sure, but ARAMs can drag out for a hell of a long time if things start to stall out. So I actually really do like this idea of, a quick, short game mode. If you've got like 10 minutes before you got to go somewhere, just log on, play a round of team fight tactics, and then head off when you need to. So I like this idea of a short, rapid fire, game mode, and I hope even if it doesn't do well initially, it's filled with maybe some champions are insanely overpowered, or the game mode's still a bit buggy upon release. I would still really like that to come out past PvE. Mainly before, as I have said, 10 minutes before you go to head off, you're like, I might as well just have one quick round.
Exactly. Well, it's nice to have that nice little that game to play in between, while sitting in queue. And I think like this could work if it works out really well. It's definitely going to be a nice implementation. It's going to, bring a new feature to League of Legends. It, it's becoming very similar to a few older games that have been around for longer that have made very similar impacts. They started off in one area or like one type of gameplay, then they changed it to another one, but they adapted the lore based on it to try and get us a little bit more involved, get us a little bit more interpersonal, and feel more like we're actually in the universe rather than actually playing the universe. And I'm liking it. Like if League of Legends is beginning to work towards that direction, or they're heading in that direction, I see favorable things in the future, and I can see a lot more involvement and a much bigger community beginning to grow based on these levels of innovation coming out from Riot Games.
I mean, talk about that. Wasn't there? I don't know whether it was confirmed or not. Didn't people say at one point Riot was looking at making like a League of Legends MMO or something along those lines?
I think that was more or less just a rumor. That would be in production
Aw.
for a very long time. I mean, you've got a couple games that were in beta for quite a while. I'm not really going to name a few. I'm not going to name any, but a few games that have been major MMO have actually been in beta for quite a few years before even becoming official. So if there was going to be something about it being an MMO or being an MMO version of this, it would still it would at least hit beta by now. So if there's just been a lot of rumor about it, then it most likely will remain a rumor for a great deal of time until Riot could probably get the funding sorted to create a nice open beta for people to test out.
Well, man, if League of Legends gets like an MMO or something along those lines, like what little spare time I do actually have would just get consumed by that. So, in a way, I really, really want it. In a way, I'm kind of hoping it does stay a rumor, and I'm looking forward to if that does happen. But guys, we are still having our technical issues, so we will go to a little bit of a break. Hopefully, the tech issues stop acting up, and we will be able to kick off our first game of the meta tiebreakers. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We hopefully have the lobby ready to rumble for our first tiebreaker game. The New Zealand Mount Roskill and Westlake going head to head. Hopefully, this time we do not have technical issues that will plague us for, well, quite a while. So hopefully we can actually get into this game very shortly.
I'm hoping we'll be able to get into this game relatively soon. We've had quite a long waiting time. We've got a lot of people anxiously waiting for both teams to get into this mix. But I believe because we have a sub, we're going to be having a fresh start. And I'm curious to see what they're going to do, considering they've had to replace Hi Brian High with You're More Than Games. I think for the duration of this, we'll just call him More or Games for the fact that there was like 4 words in that single name makes it really hard to be able to pinpoint, how to refer to him when going into this. But for the majority part, or the general census, I wonder what they're going to try and do in this, in this nice fresh start, because we're going to see a whole new set of champions. We're going to see a whole new lineup of bands. I am absolutely ecstatic at this.
Well, I have to say, it actually looks like there is the potential of the same pick and ban coming through. So we already know what we're going to get. Hopefully, your More Than Games is more than capable of playing the champions that have been selected for him. I believe he had the Caitlyn, was if I remember correctly, of the first champion select. So hopefully he's able to run that quite well.
Oh, looking at looking at the state of affairs and the agreement between the two teams, they're going to be. I have to correct myself. They're going to be doing the exact same champion bans, the exact same picks. They're going from start to finish. We're going to try and catch this up to where we were last time, which was, we got into game, but that was pretty much, where the story ends, and we had to sit on a nice giant pause as we tried to fix everything up. I'm hoping that we don't really have a technical issue this time, because so far it has been a mosquito on my skin. Like, I cannot get rid of the itch once he's taken a bite. And
That's
like,
what you.
it's getting to that it's pretty much getting to that point now, Yatos.
It's getting to that point, yeah. I mean, this is partly, you live in Australia, you kind of have to get used to mosquito bites at this point, I'd have to feel like. But hopefully we will be getting into the game hopefully now we are seeing them readying up. So we are now into Champions, like we already know what's going to be picked and banned. So we'll hopefully get through this as quickly as possible, and let's hope that the third time is truly the charm to be able to get into this first tiebreaker game, because we've got 2 more after this as well. So we've got a long day of League of Legends ahead of us.
We do have a very long day of league, but nonetheless, like watching any sport, it's going to be fun and it's going to be exhilarating. And just like, we're having the rinse and repeat. We've got Cannon, we've got Zaya taken away, Kaiser, as well as Riven. We're going to be seeing a nice rinse and repeat for the 3rd time, hopefully the last time in match number 1 today. But, for the majority part, I'm still very curious. Like, we've got Timber and Monochrome picking, no, sorry, they're not in pick. I believe they're not actually in pick order this time. We've got Meeting and Timber sitting in bottom lane. They've taken on Sona and Tarek, and I believe we've seen that in pro scene before. We're going to see it again. I wonder how these two are going to play it, because they've got Echo, Sejuani, and Irelia play for their team, and if they don't really have a lot of damage in their kit, it's sort of going to fall short, because Sona and Tarek don't really have a lot of damage capabilities. They have a lot of survivability and damage absorption available to offer for the team, as well as damage denial from Tarek's ulti, that they could actually turn around a team fight. But if they don't have the damage output, they're essentially just trying to play the game of survival. And I don't know. I'm hoping it works well, because otherwise they're gonna fall short. And like, this could be that negative part of the equation that doesn't exactly come to the the victorious outcome that they're seeking.
It's one of those things where when I see a Tarek Sona bottom lane, I always am a little bit concerned, because I think to myself, well, where's your DPS going to be coming from? The reason you have an AD carry is for constant DPS, to be dishing out usually crits or lethality or whatever itemization and AD carry you're running. To not have that is always a little bit of a red flag to me. So hopefully Echo and the Aurelia will be able to, make up for that lack of an AD carry, but they're both melee champions, so you have to get close range. And then you look at their opposite numbers. Twisted Fate and Caitlyn are very, very capable of staying at a distance if given the opportunity.
Yeah, like that's I'm hoping that we do get to see something of the sort. I mean, it's still very soon to tell. We haven't been able to see either team play out on Summoner's Rift yet. Like, we haven't even seen items actually being picked up. So if this goes through, like, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, we get straight through into this. We don't have any problems. We can see items appearing on screen. Everyone's loaded up nicely. They make their first initial, movements, whether it be all 5 members together or even just spreading across the river entrances on both sides. It's really going to sort of, give us a better picture or a nice startup impression as to how both teams are going to go about, the first initial 15 minutes of the game. Because, like, you've got the lane phase to worry about where everyone's going to be worrying about CS, taking down first turret, getting those 2 items finishing their first items, getting halfway through to their second item. And if they can manage to get a couple kills as well along the way, it like you could definitely tell that the fight, or should I say, the game's going to be working in their favor a little bit because the more kills they have under the belt, the more CS, the more items, the more of an advantage they have when they go in for a fight, Yatos.
We'll see if they're able to do it or not. I'm going to quickly drag us away from that towards, specifically, I want to look at the Twisted Fate, because Twisted Fate isn't something you see a whole lot of, and the new Twisted Fate build is, I believe, Trinity Force and Kleptomancy. Now, what are the chances this is going to end up being that Twisted Fate, or are we going to see the more stand, just lane push, use the Destiny to roam around the map?
I hope we do get to see a bit more roaming. I mean, if he's gone for the relentless, I believe it's the relentless hunter. It could, well, we could see a lot of movement around the map. But until we get into game, it's going to be a little bit hard to tell. And like Echo is that, so Rune is that type of champion who can just just leave lane, run halfway down the river, pop his ulti, and just instantly jump onto, whether it be the jungler that's in vicinity or the lane his desired lane. It's really going to come down to which lane he might need to help out quite a bit. Like, looking at both sides, or should I say, looking over on, I believe it is Westlake side, they've got Echo. Echo's that type of champion that will roam quite a bit. He gets a kill or two. He gets a good amount of CS. He starts charging around the map. The fact that his ulti gives him a nice reset when he goes in for, an engage. He tries to trade a couple blows, get the electrocute proc. I believe before, when we went into first game and experienced our first glitch, he did pop up with the electrocute. So that's definitely going to be. I'm feeling like he's going to be a little bit more bursty. He's going to try and be the aggressive assassin-based Echo that we do historically see.
And historically love as well. So hopefully you see that in the middle lane. As I'm still a little concerned for this Sona Tarek. I know I mentioned it before, Westlake running what is now a standard bottom lane, but I'm just a little concerned because Caitlyn should have range to keep out of harassment from Sona Tarek. Leona is pretty much the go button of League of Legends outside of maybe an Alistar. So if Mount really want to try force a fight, they are more than capable of. And then you pair that up with maybe a Twisted Fate roam down using that ultimate, and then an Amumu coming in for a gank. You've got a 4-man party in the bottom side. And Westlake, sure, you've got the Cosmic Radiance, but I don't think that's actually enough to stop a proper pylon if their opponents are dedicated to shutting down Tarek Sona. I can never pronounce those two names one side by side. Shutting down the bottom lane of Westlake early on.
I feel like we should give him a nice term to label him a lot more easily, so that way we're also.
I call him
I'm sort
Toner.
of falling short on what we could actually label them in.
I always get my words twisted. I end up calling them like toner or something like that because I literally can't separate the two words in my mouth properly.
That does make a lot of that. It is understandable. I can understand the horrors behind trying to wrap your tongue around those two words because they are somewhat of a twist. Trying to say words that have the same syllables, the same pronunciations. Just the first word is or the first letter is always something a bit of a hit and miss that sets the tone. I'm still very curious. Like, Tarek Sona, that is something you don't really see very often. It has been seen in pro play. We've seen it be very successful. I've also actually seen it work very unsuccessfully, and that's mainly due to the lack of damage, damage capabilities that your team, lacks. Like, we're seeing Echo and Irelia as the majority damage combo. Like, Irelia's Vanguard Edge followed by her entire combo. You've also got Echo with his entire skit. If he can stay in a fight long enough to be able to unleash his entire kit as well as ulti. When he retreats, he gets a couple extra a bit of extra damage. He soaks up a bit of. He gets a replenishment of health. Like it could really work well in their favor, but they need to be able to prolong a fight long enough for his shadow to actually catch up to him, and that's what I'm feeling will be a little bit lacking for Echo and the rest of Westlake, mainly because of that.
Well, we'll have to find out. As it does appear so far, we are able to get into the game itself. So hopefully our technical issues are well and truly behind us, as we do get a look at the keystones. And the biggest one for me, Rune Shark, is there, as hopefully we will be getting into the game. The first game of all our tiebreakers today, and let's pray that everything works out the way we're hoping it will.
Oh, I have my fingers crossed. I have my legs crossed. There is no but about it. We are able to actually see no whatsoever coming into this game number one. Westlake on the right-hand side, red team, as we see on screen, and they're going to be versing off against Mount Roskill on the left-hand side. So we're able to get through to the first game. We're able to get through. There's no problems. There's no hiccups. I'm loving this, and it's seeing a complete 5-man charge. They're going on a magical
Oh
journey
no!
at midnight.
This is disaster. Westlake, they don't know that they haven't been spotted, but they know that they haven't been spotted because of how late that ward was. So Your More Than Games has no idea this is about to hit him until now. The flash to get the CC trade, the first blood. He had no idea they were behind him.
No, the flash coming out from Tarek, getting an easy stun, followed by the line coming out from Monochrome, was an absolute flawless combo. They managed to steal away first blood. She didn't really get to use, or Games didn't really get to use any spells, didn't get away. I feel like even though he gave away first blood, it was fortunate that he didn't blow anything a little bit too early, because if he did, he'd be without it in lane. He would have given away extras towards the jungle. I mean, just giving him first blood without anything else is probably the best possible outcome they could have hoped for, because they were heavily split. You saw at least 2 members top. You saw the third and fourth away from their ADC. So I don't know why Games was standing on his own, but that was probably the biggest shortfall that they would have had coming in there. So I'm hoping from here we'll be able to see a nice recovery from Games and Puyi as we now entered lane phase. Everyone is just battling it out against these minions. It's the startup. We've actually got Timber really going aggressive onto him. I'm curious to see what their item build will be coming out, as like it's Tarek and Sona combo. It is a bit of a hit and miss, and it's a little bit harder to tell like what they're going to do, because it can be situational.
We'll see as the laning phase continues right now, but for those who are like, oh, what is Tarek Sona? Tarek pretty much grabs all of the CS, even with the Relic proc, and then Sona gets her gold off the Kleptomancy. They accelerate into their double support item spikes, and the amount of sustain that they can bring to later game team fights is obnoxious. So we'll see if Westlake is able to utilize that sustain, or if they fall apart a little bit when we get to the team fights because of that lack of damage. But we are seeing an engage on the bottom side of the map. CC Train coming in. The multiple bits of lockdown. Timber forced to burn the cleanse. So says, all right, yeah, cool, we may have gotten first blood, but now we're down a summoner spell in the bottom lane.
We are, but that's gonna be a nice light change up. Now we've got Puyi in Games, able to get that aggressive lead. The one thing I'm really curious about, like the fact that she's taken on Cleanse, she's versing Leona and Caitlyn. I feel like that Cleanse is going to be a little bit short, because it's only going to be able to get rid of 1 stun, compared to, let's see, we've got Caitlyn's traps, you've got the Zenith Blade, the stun shield, Leona's ulti. That's 4 CCs she has to pick from. She can only pick 1. She doesn't have a lot of options. She doesn't have a lot to choose from. She doesn't have, she doesn't have power over this fight. But, because it's a Sona Tarek combo, you know what? I just found the nickname for it. We're gonna call it the Sonaric.
The Sonaric.
Half Sona, half Tarek. Let's go the Sonaric.
Perfect. But, well, Sonaric is struggling a little bit on the bottom side of the map for now, but we'll see if they're able to do well, because Caitlyn is oppressive in the laning phase. That's kind of her, her shtick as a champion. So we'll see how they're able to stabilize coming the later phases. But I'm going to drag us away from the bottom lane. I would like to talk about the junglers for just a moment. And the fact that after that first blood that has gone over to the Sejuani, we haven't actually seen them, try and be proactive with any more ganks. We are seeing them now invading the bottom side of the jungle, despite there being, just trying to get a little bit of vision down. But I want to see some roaming plays, or I want to see some aggressive jungle ganks, because Sejuani, sure, at level 6, she gets insane with the access to that Glacial Prism, but even prior to level 6, she's still a pretty mean, lean jungling machine.
That is definitely true. What I'm loving to see coming out from Sejuani is that she's able to apply wards in Amumu's jungle. So Senorita is going to have a little bit of trouble being able to, come into lane because they're going to know where he is. They're going to be more passive. They're going to retreat a little bit further back to avoid, being able to avoid his wraps, or even just better yet, being able to survive a lot of onslaught damage. Because if they don't let him, stay on top of him as farther away from Tara as he is, or they, as they would be, it will work well in their favor. I mean, so far, looking at how both teams are trading off, or both teams are trading off against one another, it's really close, Nick. Just as much as RuneShark is making very efficient use of the yellow cloud, and YG just being very good with his orb walking, just basic attacking along the side, making sure he's within basic attack range with each basic attack they decide to follow up with.
We're going to see a dive in the middle lane potentially. Keith is at the Raptor pit, and they're definitely feeling it, but they need to sync this up. If you mess up a tower dive on a Twisted Fate and he gets one good stun card out, that could potentially be a disaster. Parallel Convergence is coming down. He doesn't get out in time. There's gonna be a kill going over. The exhaust is dropped, but it's not enough.
Okay, so now we can see that's going to be first blood over to Sejuani. Now we've got to follow up with Echo. So they've got 100% participation rate when it comes to a kill. They're going to fly ahead. Echo's already, in front with CS. The fact that Twisted Fate is, he's on cooldown. He doesn't have teleport available. His ulti is online, but if he has to use it to get to lane, he's essentially putting his team a little bit further behind. Oh, no.
A little bit of a botched engage on the bottom side. Rice Farmer is doing the right thing. He's trying to stop the sustain of Tarek's, trying to burn their mana, trying to burn their health bars. Unfortunately, it's just not working out right now. So hopefully, after the first recall or two, Rice Farmer, I want to see him continue to play this aggressive style. If he keeps doing this, eventually it should work. But they need to keep doing this aggressive style, not just sit back after a couple of failures and think to themselves, it's over at this point. You've got to keep pressing your tempo.
That is, yeah, exactly. But I'm still very curious. Like, from what we've seen so far, we've seen a lot of behavior coming out from Keith and YG. Like, their jungle and mid lane priorities are on point. Comparing what we've seen so far to Mount Roskill's, mid and jungler, we're beginning to see a difference. Like, so far, Twisted Fate's falling behind. He does have, his passive where he gets extra gold. It rolls between 1 and 6, depending. It's luck of the draw when it comes to taking down minions. That even though he is down on 10 CS, we do have to take into account his passive and how much he's been able to accumulate up until this point in the game. And seeing as it's still pretty early to tell, like looking between the two, you've got Echo with 1 kill and assist. He's over 10 CS in front. It's safe to say he's going to be getting very close to getting that GLP and being able to burst down Twisted Fate as quickly as possible to try and, begin roaming around. Like we did say, we were expecting to see something extra.
Well, we are seeing a skirmish on the bottom side once again. Rice Farmer still trying to force the tempo. They might actually be able to get this ignite. He's dropped. Farmer force out. Destiny's coming out. Double teleports in the backline though. If they commit to this, they are going to get hella flanked. They do get themselves 1 kill. Timber gets out alive, but now they are pinned between a rock and a hard place. Sheep goes in. The CC lands. The Trundle has arrived as well. Double kill coming out for the Twisted Fate. And they are actually safe under the turret. The double teleport not working out. And the snipe with the pill server Peacemaker was beautiful. YG hunting down Sand, grabs the kill and leaps back.
She definitely made peace with that kite that came out from games. Like I can't believe that we saw at least 2 teleports coming out, 3 members go down from, I believe it was Westlake. Roskill now, like they managed to claim away 3 easy kills. They did lose their jungler, but they're now opting towards this Cloud Dragon, which is going to give them a bit of movement speed increase, as well to be able to try and catch up because they are laxing a little bit behind in some areas. Like Twisted Fate has just been able to catch up. He's still behind in CS. He's able to survive a little bit better, mainly because he's got that Catalyst and Protector. He's going towards the Rod of Aegis. Like, okay, so we can see that Twisted Fate is going to have that 10-minute delay with the completed Rod of Ages as it ticks up per minute to give him extra health, mana, and ability power. And this could really help him when staying in lane phase because he will need a bit more ability power to be able to take down minions with his cards. He'll need the health to survive an onslaught coming out from YG, especially with the Electrocute and the Proto Bolt. The fact that he's also, it's all round working very efficiently for him. The upfront assault coming out from Keith before when they charged on the turret was heavily unfortunate, but he's able to recover quite nicely. So I'm curious. I wonder what we're going to see coming out from the rest of Roskill. Based on that fight, they've got good synergy. And I'm hoping we get to see some more coming out from this as we enter the later stages of the game, Midnight.
Well, we'll have to find out. Unfortunately for Rune Shark, however, he's not able to get that Rod of Ages just yet. Short a little bit of gold, but it has all the components he needs. But bottom side, I like the attempt. They're playing very aggressive, but so far, despite this, outside of those few skirmishes on the bottom side of the map, nothing too much coming out of it just yet. But on the side of Westlake, we do have at least 2 fully completed items. The Cinder Hulk coming in for the Sejuani, as well as the Proto Belt for YGX. So he's going to be very happy, and this could potentially be a bit of a disaster in the middle lane. A 30 CS advantage to the Echo now, has a full item to the components of an item. I kind of expect YGX to be playing it hyper aggressive.
I'm expecting to see the same thing, just because of how well lane phase is going for him. He helped clean away first blood in the jungle. He helped clean away his first kill underneath, diving underneath Rune Shark's tower.
Oh, Glacial Prison doesn't get... Neither does the stun, actually. The Trundle uses that Subjugate. Can he survive the 1 versus 2? He does a lot of damage, but... Oh, this is not a 1 versus 2 that you want to be in. As YGX decides a new challenger has approached, and this is just trying to buy time. He's going to try turn it around, but simply not enough on the bottom side, though. A Crescendo, but a 2-man CC train, and Meeting for You and Timber Epic fall together.
He denies the double. He denies Tarek's ulti. Just the Sunara combo is not working well for their team. That is their second cleanup. That's also looking like it might be first turret in favor of Matt Roskill, as they're getting some clean. They're getting some clean plates. They're working towards it. You got a Mumu sitting in his jungle. What I'm very keen to see, or what I'm very curious about, is that there are 3 control boards sitting around on the minimap in the bottom half, mainly towards Dragon Pit, bottom lane, and Amumu's jungle. So I'm curious why they haven't taken it down. They're letting him stay alive for a little bit longer. I believe we just heard the Herald get popped, so now they're going to try and choose on a lane to poke it. Just based on what we've seen so far, the fact that, Sejuani and Echo went top lane to help clean up Trundle, we might see it get popped there as, they're sort of lacking a little bit on both top and bottom, that it could really make a difference and give them the recovery needed to stay in this Midnight.
I do want Westlake to be the ones to drop Riftchild on the top side of the map, partly because if you can get the Aurelia ahead, if you can get her an insane amount of gold generation, she's going to be in such a good position. Rice Farmer, trying to be aggressive, trying to be a nuisance there, but not only do I think you drop it on top side, you've also set that up for you with Monochrome Sheep actually the one who has the Riftchild in his back pocket. He's a level down opposed to his Trundle, who's, of course, his opposite number. So if you want top lane, later stages, when you want them in the 1v1 on the side lane doing the split push game, you kind of want the guy who's a level ahead to be your top laner. So I think drop Riftchild top, accelerate the Aurelia, get her a Trinity Force, get her Titanic Hydra, because right now Trundle, he's having a final time in the top side of the map, I feel.
Well, he is flying ahead in CS a bit. He did get taken down earlier, like we saw before, in a 3v1 invade. He could actually, he can still turn this around. I mean, he's trying to burn that Trinity Force ASAP just because he's got, just based on the fact that he's got the Phage, he's got the Sheen, opting towards the Stinger. And he's that type of champion that can survive lane long, for a very long period. And if he can try and stay alive long enough, push it in as quickly as possible, he could also possibly deny Monochrome the Herald if she decides to pop it a little bit out of place. I mean, I have
might be in trouble as we're seeing a 3-man party topside once again. The prison connect, and there is no parole for Chicken.
That was an incredible feat. Just he flashes to get away from the stun field. Echo still manages to connect on top of him after the flash, so he managed to glitch himself out easily enough to stay on top of him. The Glacial Prism following up for an easy clean. It's pretty much it's going to work well in their favor. First turret finally goes down. 13 minutes 58, we have seen our first bit of action. We're seeing completed items appearing across the board from both sides, actually. We're seeing Sejuani and Echo completing their first. You've got Leona and Caitlyn. Oh, Rune Shark is really wailing into Echo, but I'm curious whether he's going to actually get denied, because you've got the gold card, he sits there, they don't get denied. Dragon, this is looking pretty favorable for Team Roskill at the moment.
Roskill able to grab themselves their second dragon of the game, but they did lose first turret on the top side, and the Rift Herald was able to secure a second charge on that inner turret. So Aurelia more than happy for that to take place. We are seeing a skirmish under the middle lane. The Crescendo landing over Leona in a lot of trouble. That aftershock keeping her hella tanky. YGX dives in. A solar flare onto 2 members. Vanguard's edge on all 4 members. This could be the fight. Sam able to buy a bit of time with that Curse of the Sad Mummy. Can they continue? Aurelia diving into the backline of her own team as Leona able to ensure as Sheep falls. The snipe coming out for Timber as well. He's going down, calling his name. And Roskill may be able to grab themselves another outer tier turret.
I can't believe that. They pop Cosmic Radiance, they get at least 3 members to have invulnerabilities, but it was pretty much put to naught. No
God.
member took damage. Everyone else...
Oh my Farmer's gonna get crushed down. A beautiful parallel convergence coming up for YGX to try and turn around what was a disaster under the tier 1.
It may have been a disaster under the tier 1, but tier 2, they're still holding strong. They've managed to reset. You've got all members from Mount Roskill, retreating back towards base. They're going to try and get some more items in infantry. The damage bonus, the passive stats. Oh my god. YG, you cheeky little bugger. Getting the Proto Bolt, denying a bit of backing capabilities from Games. Games is still unfazed by this. I mean, he does have that advantage. He's 3-1-4 for starters. He's flying ahead in CS, the 3rd most in the game thus far. Playing as Caitlyn, it's only going to get worse with the more items completed because she has the most range. She's been able to get, she's been quite efficient for the team. The fact that we're seeing not as much effort coming out from Timber and Meeting just because of the lack of team synergy coming out from Echo and Keith is really beginning to show in their era. And from what we can see, Roskill are maximizing on that era. They're trying to stretch it out large enough to make it look like a very great ever. Like, it started off small, they're trying to make it bigger at Midnight.
And I think part of the reason Westlake isn't having as good of fights as they're wanting is partly the reason is the fights are so drawn out and they're so scrappy that the Sona Tarek aren't able to have the impact that you really want. The Crescendo lands, like the last fight, Crescendo was used at the very start to lock down a single member, and that was a rice farmer who had the aftershock running, so he basically took negative damage from the follow-up. When you compare that to Mount Roskill, who, have an AD carry who's able to mostly hang out in the backlines and were able to keep their DPS champions safe, Westlake don't get that safety. They have to throw their damage champions in because their 2 primary damage champions are melee champions.
Honestly, that aftershock is an incredible piece. It's an incredible piece of a keystone. I mean, you get the armor, the magic resist. Oh, the damage on top as well.
Oh, he wants it though! He wants to force this fight. Parallel Convergence coming out. YGX now getting onto the backline. The Caitlyn needs to stay safe, but she's going to get assassinated, and that is the DPS down. And Samasan is, I don't see a world where he gets out of it. A beautiful ultimate coming out to lock down multiple members, but it's not going to save him. Sacrificial Amumu.
So many stuns, I swear. First it started off at Sejuani with her 3 stacks. Then you see a follow-up by Tarek, then a line by Monochrome. I just couldn't believe it. And also the Crescendo. No, the Crescendo was not popped, but nonetheless, the amount of stuns that came out from them, I'm surprised he actually survived so much damage. If they go in for a more preemptive team fight, Mount Roskill could actually take this away and, win, secure an easy ace in their pocket. Just because of how well Sinizita managed to actually, survive so much damage. He soaked up so much. He survived for a good period before finally going down. I mean, he's not going down without a fight, and we could definitely see if he chooses to make a play, it could work really well for the team. Like we saw earlier in mid lane when we saw a 4v4, then we saw Chicken also put a teleport in, clean up both Keith and Monochrome to give themselves a bit of an advantage. They took down mid turret, they pushed for tier 2. A bit of an unfortunate turnaround with, Puyi actually getting caught out, but that's nothing short of how well Mount Roskill can actually clean away a majority of this early game, because I'm feeling as though they do have this advantage. They have the map control, they have the awareness, they have the teamfight capabilities. They have a lot on their, they have a lot of checkpoints on the list that sort of meet the, they have the early game advantage.
And part of the reason they have such an early game advantage, I feel like, is this bottom lane. This Caitlyn is 3,000 or 2,000 gold ahead of the champions facing her in lane. So, nearly has the second completed item. More than likely looks like it's going to be a rapid fire cannon. And when an AD carry really gets it going, especially a Caitlyn who if she's able to stay away from the engage, it's going to be amazing. But we are seeing 2 people up on the top side. Chicken is more than likely going to go down. We actually see a pause coming in. Actually, no, never mind. The Cosmic Radiance coming out. Chicken flashes away. He might even be able to get alive. But Roskill going for the dragon immediately. A really good decision here. Chicken, like, I don't see a world where Chicken gets out of here alive. He's the flash coming out from Meeting. Meeting actually has to be careful that he could actually die if Chicken turns onto him. So he's running. He actually might get out of here alive. Frozen Domain shouldn't be too far away.
No, definitely not far. The Raps can't manage to connect. Now we're seeing even more Crescendo.
Can he stay alive? The Crescendo being used in desperation once again. As Sama locked up by some CC. We are seeing Chico still in the fight and ironically almost winning it. The stun doesn't connect. The King's Tribute giving him a ton of HP. And now finally reinforcements are arriving. Destiny has arrived. Sheep needs to... No! The CC wasn't there, unfortunately. He goes down, and Rune Shark a little bit too late to the party on the top side of the map.
He was a little bit late to the party. Definitely got to admit that. And then the follow-up, like, you see Chicken running away like a little chicken. He runs further into enemy territory. Tries to turn it around, get a single bite on top of Monochrome. But because she had that Q available, she's got the Fet, she's got the Sheen. She had the advantage. Like, he was essentially at immediate execute. One basic tap is all it took. There was not enough minions around for King's Tribute to give him that health regeneration needed to be able to solve a little bit more damage as Rune Shark comes in to defend and sort of, give him that reinforcement needed. A real unfortunate turnaround, but they're still holding out quite well. I mean, Mount Roskill still have a lot of going in their favor. Tush Fate's got 2 completed items. Caitlyn's getting close to a 50% crit chance. Leona has the Locket of the Iron Solari. Trundle with the Trinity Force. Do I really need to speak any more about this? Like, they have so much working well in their favor. It's also very close, Nick, between Westlake as well, because I'm seeing 2 items almost being completed across the board too. Sona is one thing I want to highlight. She's got that Archangel Staff. It's building towards Seraph's Embrace. It's beginning to lighten up. It's beginning to heat up. Both teams are getting past that midpoint. They're trying to get working towards the late game, where one team is pretty much going to try and take it away. Like, you've got Sejuani, Irelia, Tarek, if he gets the Cosmic Radiance going in the perfect synchronization when they go for a team fight, they could actually take this away. But so far, it is yet to be seen, Midnight.
And we'll have to see how that takes it. Right now, we are seeing the a bit of a Baron dance happening. The 2 top laners delegated to the bottom side of the map. The 4-man stacks playing the mid-wave game in the middle and Baron area, but that does go in advantage of Roskill because Trundle, a level ahead of his opposite number, and while they are sitting on very similar items, this Aurelia cannot fight Trundle on her own, and if you send someone to help the Aurelia, then Roskill's like, alright, cool, thanks for the free Baron, by the way.
That could have been a free Baron, but for the time being, they've still yet to pick it up. It's now available on the ref rec. 2230. It's looking pretty sharp. Like 2 Cloud Dragons, an Infernal. They have the movement speed. They have the damage capability. They've managed to actually pick up a few team fights, regardless of how it's been going against them. They've managed to fight quite well. What I am looking out for is this Chicken. Like, picking up Trundle, he's been caught out in a 1v3 at least 3 times, and his team has never been around, or at least been able to try and catch up to him quick enough to be able to save him from an immediate takedown. That's sort of I feel like that is why they are falling down a little bit. Like, yes, they have the mid lane and the bottom lane with the jungler being a very good support, but if Trundle keeps giving off too many kills to at least 3 members from Westlake, it's not exactly going to bode well for his team, and they're going to begin to, work towards this little error in their gameplay, stretch it out far enough that they might even be able to try and claim the late game advantage, Midnight.
But if we see multiple members from Westlake attacking the Trundle, that opens up Roskill to secure themselves the Baron. So it's one of those worlds where you can't actually commit to that properly, or you risk losing a major objective like the Baron. And I think against Westlake, without a lot of ranged wave clear, you lose Baron, you're losing a lot of your base to the Siege game. So as much as your top laner wants it, as much as I like the idea of Westlake trying to dive on top of the Trundle and abuse the fact that he's playing very aggressive and is very pushed up in his lane, I actually don't think you're in any position to get away with such a move.
No, but so far it's been working out quite well. I mean, they've managed to claim away 3 kills for at least 3 members. Like, a 3-member takedown is always better than like a 2 or a 1-member takedown. Just the mentions, the gold accumulation. It's free gold nonetheless, and that's what you really want to look for, because you want to try and get those items built as quickly as possible. Get to the 6 item stack, get to the maximum you can possibly achieve as a champion. After hitting, probably aside from that, hit level 18 as quick as possible, because that's when your abilities are at their absolute maximum without the outside contribution from passive stats. Oh no,
RuneShark in
YG.
a lot of trouble trying to stay alive. However, YGX is locked down. A lot of CCs coming in. RuneShark will be able to disengage. The diving is continuing. The backline is mostly safe. Curse of the Sad Mummy buying so much space right now. Game's trying to do what he can, but it's simply not enough. The front line is dying too quickly. RuneShark, the next victim of the fight. More games running, but I don't see a world where he escapes. This is going to be a mostly ace coming in. Chicken, the last man standing for Roskill.
The Glacial Prism, the Chrono Break, the Vanguard's Edge, as well as Crescendo. And to top it off with a nice little cherry, on top of the cheesecake, you've got the Cosmic Radiance, denying the maximum amount of damage possible. It was absolutely astonishing. Like, I gotta give it to Westlake for being able to pull up a flawless combo, catching out Amumu, and then pretty much, taking away the rest of the team. Trundle, where were you? He was still running towards them in the jungle. He managed to get into the bush, but by that point, it was a little bit too late. And, the rest of Mount Roskill pretty much, got taken down one by one like a pile of bricks. As soon as one went down, the other one would follow. It was a successive takedown. And just like that, they managed to clean up 4 members, as well as take down Baron. They're resetting themselves, getting more items. This is looking incredibly well for Westlake now. They had the early game mishap. Now it's working towards the mid and late game phase. That Roskill are now falling down, and Westlake are able to pick up where they were sort of lacking. They're able to get back on their feet. They're able to turn this around. They're comboing very efficiently well. And to highlight it all, the team synergy is absolutely on fire.
Westlake have this amazing style of, we're all going to dive on top of it. And even though the Amumu ultimate, that Curse of the Sad Mummy, landed on multiple members, Roskill just lacked the damage. Sure, Caitlyn was left untouched for majority of that fight till the very end, but she just does not have the damage to burst through what is effectively 4 tanks and a support. So, Mount Roskill, we mentioned ironically that Westlake might lack the damage. I don't think it's so much them lacking damage now. Roskill, they need a slower team fight. They can't afford to lose control of a team fight, lose control of their spacing that quickly.
Hey, the Sunaric combo is becoming flawless. It's finally coming to light. Sona has finished her Archangel Staff stack. It's at Seraph's Embrace. They've got the capabilities. They've got the survivability. Tarek's got that completed. Redemption. I'm seeing a Rabadon's Death Gag beginning to appear. Like, we've got 2 needlessly large rods sitting in his backpack, almost to the literal pun. It's only going to get worse from here.
Meaning for you trying to buy time, Parallel Convergence is down. They are looking down the support, however, you do not want to commit that heavily. A lovely Solar Flare coming out, but Mount Roskill not really able to commit to it. They will lose that toe. Whoa, Rice Farmer goes in for some reason. Not the engage there. Vanguard's Edge now. The CC coming in is going to be more than enough. Sheep able to get access to the backline. A double kill for the Aurelia. Rice Farmer, the last man standing for his team, as Chicken is trying to take the inhibitor line. Did not teleport to join his team. Did not try and join the fight, but I don't think it is going to be enough. 5 members of Westlake pushing in. They'll be able to grab themselves. The teleport coming in now, but I think it's too late. Base race, maybe, but the base race is over. This is Tortoise versus Hare, except the Tortoise never knew when the race was meant to begin. Chicken has no chance in this fight, and Westlake, after 3 failed lobbies, 28 minutes in, will take the game.
After so much effort going into this, they finally managed to break through. Just Chicken lost all of his feathers, teleporting back towards that inhibitor turret. Sorry, the Nexus turret. Tries to defend, but at that point, it was a 1v5. There was almost no synergy left within Roskill. Like, it's as if their synergy just broke down and they were trying to scrounge for what they could possibly look for. I gotta say, based on what I saw in those last few team fights, I saw that Vanguard's Edge pop almost instantaneously and hit like probably around 4 members in single succession. She popped the Conquerors very easily. She helped clean up a couple of kills here and there. I gotta say, I'm feeling like an MVP would be... It's very close, Nick, between YG and Monochrome specifically.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure who I would give my MVP. So I think YGX and Monochrome both did really, really well, and unfortunately, I'm not that much of a decisive person, so I cannot give out the MVP just yet, but we'll have to let that decide in the future, as Westlake will be taking the game over Mount Roskill in our first tiebreaker of today, guys. But remember, there's gonna be other. We've got 2 more tiebreakers around the corner, so we will get into them shortly. And hopefully, this time we won't have to go through 3 lobbies to get us there. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back hopefully shortly for our second tiebreaker of the night. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second tiebreaker of the meta playoffs with New Zealand teams going head-to-head. We have Westlake Boys High School, getting it correctly this time, going head-to-head against Mount Roskill Team 2. So the first team fell, but the second team is back for vengeance. My name is Ewan Reed, also known as Midnight, and I will be joined by Reinhardt for our second tiebreaker game.
You know what, Yatos? It's funny. Like first we see them verse off against Mount Roskill's first team. Now we're seeing them take on the second team. So it looks like Westlake are in for quite a battle between Mount Roskill, mainly because they've got two teams available on this roster. We're in the tiebreaker zone. We're making headway. We're at the halfway point. It's interesting. Like we've seen two major teams coming out from Mount Roskill, whereas we've only got one from Westlake, and they're sort of under the fire here. They're taking as much fire as they can from a single school. It's interesting to see that they're still holding up quite strongly. So I got to give it to Westlake for being able to continue pushing all the way through, regardless of who they've come up against. And since it's the same school, it's even more of an interesting analysis to sort of summarize up based on the current state of League of Legends in the high school league. And coming between these two teams, I wonder if MRGS 2 are actually going to be able to fare up and put WBHS down where they managed to take down their earlier team. So it's sort of like, getting that nice little revenge game going and sort of keep still Mount Roskill in the mix as they progress through the later rounds. Because I believe after this, we have one game left, and that's going to be decided. I believe the winner of this is going to be going through into the playoffs to be able to compete for the MEO coming in September. So I'm really keen to see how this game's going to play out.
Well, indeed, the winner of this game will be advancing to our third and final tie-breaker match. But before we worry about the final game, we have to worry about the second game. Westlake, they've got a hell of a journey ahead of them. They had to take down the younger brother of Mount Roskill, and now they're up against the big brother. And the big brother usually is a little bit tougher. So we'll have to find out what does the second Roskill's team have a better opportunity to avenge their fallen brethren, or will they fall just the same? We'll have to find out. And another thing I do want to question, we don't know exactly what the second Roskill team is going to bring to the table, but Westlake, we saw what they brought in game number 1 of today. Are we expecting to see a similar kind of draft with the Soda Tarek lane, with, two heavy damage dealers in their solo laners, or are we going to see perhaps a bit more of a conventional composition?
I don't know, but I'm very curious to see if they're going to do a copy and paste from last game or go with a different direction, because it's that type of tournament where if you did very well in game number 1, you're most likely going to try and rinse and repeat it in number 2, unless your opposing team or your new contenders decide to actually reset themselves and take away a couple champions here and there by putting them on the ban list. And we're coming into the champion select. We're going to see the initial startup, and already we have a target ban, Midnight.
The Echo taken off. Can you really blame them? YGX was able to do a ton with that champion. The parallel convergent stuns that he was able to connect cannot be understated. So I really like the removal of that champion, but Westlake deciding, okay, we're going to get rid of the Draven as well, but Mount Roskill, I think they're just doing the thing where they removed 3 champions that they saw Westlake play in the previous game.
Well, it would make sense that they would take away Sejuani and Echo because they were very strong onslaught base. Like they managed to get the engage with the Glacial Prism. Echo followed up with a flawless gameplay from start to finish. It's interesting. We're seeing Taggart taken away, so Meeting is not going to be picking up the Sunaric combo with Timber. They're going to be gone with something different. I wonder if it's going to be conventional and historic, or it's going to be like off meta, prior to like what we saw in the past when Aurelia, Vladimir, and Yasuo, as well as Swain, actually made their appearance in the ADC role. And they did one thing unconventional. I wonder if we're going to see something like that coming out again. And now it looks like we're seeing we're seeing rosters appearing on screen.
Speaking about potentially being unconventional, the Tahm Kench locked in from Roskill excites me, not because of the idea of Tahm Kench support, but the idea that this could potentially be a Tahm Kench top, which is something I adore seeing. So we'll have to find out where that goes, as the hyper carry of Westlake saying, okay, we showed you the Soda Tarek last game. Let's show you something very different. Hecarim locked in a very different style to Sejuani.
All right, so we're seeing something completely different. Like first we've got Meeting picking up Kaiser. I wonder if it's going to work out well. We'll probably see the Mana Moon combo coming up straight off the bat. Otherwise, we're going to see like Stormrazor start off as well as the Gwynsia's Rageblade and like a nice, pardon me, rinse and repeat all the way through. This game is already setting on fire for me. I am seeing Silas picked up by your Keisha. This is absolutely amazing. I can't wait to see how this is going to go. I'm hoping we see a really nice Silas because that really pushes my buttons today. It's really going to give me that drive. Oh, I'm loving the drive when I see this happen. I'm curious if it's going to actually, drive even further up to up the kilometer ladder as we're following into this. Like we've got Sivir being picked up from response, Tom Kench, possibly a flex pick depending on what we see coming out from Toxic and Lady when we get to the final stage of Champion Select. It is also interesting to see we've got Nautilus picked up possibly for Timber by the feels of what we've got going on. Like Nautilus into Tom Kench, it makes sense, but it's feeling a little like the story isn't fully unfolding yet. Like not able to see every piece of the puzzle. But as we get through these final selection of champions, it's going to sort of paint a little bit better picture because it looks like we don't have our jungler set up yet, as well as their possible support or top laner, depending on where Tom Kench might sit in their roster. Comparatively, we have yet to see their mid laner as well as their top laner actually coming out from Westlake in game number 2.
We'll have to find out. We are, of course, through the second round of bans. Double jungle bans coming out of Westlake, so do not want to... Make sure Billion has a little bit of a harder time there, but I was going to draw on the fact that, the Nautilus honestly feels a little surprising, because if you're pairing Nautilus with the Kaiser on the bottom lane, typically Galio is the preferred support. So maybe it's a question of, does he actually play the Galio? If not, then I think Nautilus is definitely a viable lock-in, but the Aatrox hover is exciting, but risky, because Aatrox into Tom Kench. Tom Kench can definitely do well in that matchup.
I agree. I mean, Aatrox is a champion that is very strong in the current patch or so. I believe for the last patch and a half, or last 2 patches, he has made a considerable appearance on Summoner's Rift. Like you see him mid lane, you see him top. I believe from the Chinese meta, he's actually been played jungle as well, which is quite the off pick, but it's been proven to be effective nonetheless. Like he gets on the edge of his Q abilities. It really shines hardcore, and since they fixed up his passive as well as his E, we're seeing even more appearance coming out from him because he's that type of champion that will just be able to survive for as long as humanly possible just through his basic attacks when he goes up against champions, as well as hitting minions only when that passive is available. Otherwise, he has to rely on his abilities and basic attacks to be able to heal off of champions.
We'll see how that Aatrox is able to go. We do now know it is going to be a Tom Kench in the top lane for Roskill with Morgana Sivir bottom lane, which means that if Nautilus was going to struggle to engage on a Sivir before, good luck going into a Morgana as well. The CC and the spell shields is ridiculous, but the final lock-in is going to be the Riven, so that could potentially mean Aatrox and Riven going to be flexed around a little bit. We're not exactly sure where they're going to go into those matchups.
Looking at what we've got coming out from the rest of the team, we've got Timber picking up Nautilus by the looks of these. Like they're doing their final flex change round. We're going to see the picture fully unfold coming into this, and I got to say I'm intrigued. Like you've got Sivir picking up teleport in bottom lane. You've got Morgana as the supporting champion. Silas sitting in mid lane with 2 tanks, in jungle and top. Just Rammus has definitely become that champion that you would see on Summoner's Rift in general. Like he does have a condition though. He needs to be able to catch somebody off guard and get a kill in lane in order to become effective for his team. Otherwise, he's just like, a giant spike ball running around the map with blunt ends. Like he needs to be able to get some sort of pickup. Same like looking at this top lane, Tom Kench versus Riven, that is going to be interesting. As well as like Silas into Aatrox. Just Silas can do so well against a champion that is known to be very perky. Like he doesn't have a resource to, to exhaust when he's using his abilities. He can heal off of anything that he does to Silas. It's a real mix-up, and if Silas can get help from Rammus coming into the early game portion of this game, it could work well for that team. Like Silas steals ults goes around, gets a few easy kills, pushes his team ahead. As soon as he gets that first item completion, whether it be a Luden's Echo or Hextech Protobolt, since we are seeing him put in mid lane, it's going to come online for his team. Like, he needs a bit of ability power to begin doing damage. Otherwise, he's just throwing abilities around. He's just, swinging those chains without making effective damage. I mean, he is that type of champion that has a condition as well. He needs to get an item. Rammus needs to get at least one item to start with. We're probably going to see him opt towards the uh, Thornmail starting off because you've got Hecarim, you've got Riven, as well as Aatrox starting the lineup, and then you've got Kai'Sa that comes into the mid and late game. This could be very interesting based on what we're seeing in these lineups.
Well, we'll have to find out, and I want to drag us to the top lane for a moment. Tahm Kench into Riven. Now, this is a matchup that I've played a few times myself, which is why I'm dragging attention to it. Riven is one of those top lane snowball champions that you feel like if Riven doesn't get ahead in lane, it's extremely difficult to have a high impact of her. And Tahm Kench, I'm just a little concerned that Riven is not the champion to pick into the Tahm Kench, because Tahm Kench, with his thick skin, with the I hope to be a grasp of the Undying, Riven shouldn't be able to solo kill him in lane and build an advantage on her own. So she either need Keith to help her out or needs to do a hell of a play to get herself a tempo lead in the top lane.
Well, like what we saw in last game, Monochrome had a lot of help from Keep and YG. Like, they came in top lane probably about 3 times. Lane phase ended 3 easy kills from Trundle that she essentially carried away to the rest of the game, just throwing Vanguard's edge down as Aurelia getting at least 3 champions in a single swoop, having her Q reset at least 3 to 4 times, as well. The stuns coming out from her was just absolutely flawless. Taking up Ribbon in the second matchup could spell something very similar. I mean, she had a disadvantage going against Trundle. This time she's going to have a disadvantage going against Tahm Kench. If she can survive long enough to be able to let Keith and YG come to her aid, being the reinforcements to clean up top lane, possibly even take down Herald and do a rinse and repeat strategy like what we saw before, it could really work well again for Westlake. But it can also come down to Billion, because he's playing a champion that has just as much of a strong gap closer as Hecarim, just because they both have the movement speeds. Like, he's got his, I believe it's the relentless charge, and Rammus has got the rollout. So I'm really curious, I guess is the better way to put it.
Oh, I'll have to find out where that does go on the top side of the map, and I suppose we will have to keep a track of the junglers for the first 10 minutes of the match. The Hecarim and, of course, that Rammus. We'll see what impact they can have as we will be loading in to our second tiebreaker series of the day. And a quick look down the keystones as we are loading into the game. Nothing really surprising coming out of any of the champions, if I'm to be honest.
I definitely want to highlight Silas taking Aftershock. I don't really see it very often, but it's a nice mix because when you play mid lane as Silas, it's conventional that you will see either After or Electrocute, and obviously, and from what we can see in the champion loadout screen, he's opting towards being a little bit defensive. So he's going to be engaging a lot. He's going to try and land those chains on top of Aatrox, and honestly, if he doesn't land those chains, he's really losing his fight condition, because Aatrox needs to be caught by his chain in order for Aftershock to prop. Otherwise, it's not exactly going to work well in his favor, because his abilities are position based. And if Aatrox can avoid as much as he can with that dash he has available in his Q activate, it will work well for him. But aside from that, he's going to have to be careful. Just as much as like Silas has to be careful of Aatrox's powerhouse, where he could just throw abilities left, right, and center without using a resource as an equilibrium response. Like, he doesn't need to exhaust anything. The only thing he has to worry about is getting caught out by that Rammus, as well as Silas's entire combo. Same with Tahm Kench if he hits level 6 and decides to roam. I mean, the conditions and the possibilities are almost endless. Looking at MG, I believe it's MRGS's team comp.
We'll see what they are able to do in this particular lineup. But I want to drag us away from the Sylas, because the Sylas is something we can definitely dive into in a little bit, because right now Sylas, hugely a popular champion when you look at professional play. Sylas is pretty much banned or locked in majority of pro games. I want to drag us down to the bottom lane, the Civil Morgana going head-to-head against the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus. And part of the reason I wanted to drag us down there is because the Nautilus feels like it should be redundant for the entirety of the laning phase. Nautilus is that champion that you're going for that hook, you're trying to catch someone out of position and then layer on the crowd control. Sivir has a spell shield. Morgana has the black shield in her back pocket. I'm just a little worried that Timber Epic's Nautilus will not be able to have the impact that we're really gunning for to get the Kai'Sa online, as we are ready to get into our second tiebreaker series, Westlake Boys High School at Mount Roskill, going head-to-head for this second series of the night.
You know what? I'm very like the fact that you mentioned the Black Shield has actually got me thinking about how this bottom lane duo is going to run out. You've got Sivir with her extra movement speed on ulti, Morgana with those soul shackles, the exhaust, the Black Shield. It's almost a relentless combo. They can go in and trade, get off Morgana's ulti without worrying about somebody's, just flashing out. Just the movement speed will be able to cover ground so easily that she'll essentially be sitting on top of somebody, almost literally to the punt. And this could work well past level 6, but until then, the difference between the two I'm feeling is that if they can bait out Toxic's Black Shield, it can work well for Timber and Meeting. Like if they can get away at least a kill or two, they'll have the advantage because Kai'Sa is that champion that is half AD, half AP, and her build set is really dependent on what decides to go down because not only does her items give her passive stats, they also contribute towards the evolution where she gets more missiles with a single Q spike. Her Void Seeker applies like I think 3 to 4 stacks instead of 2. Her E actually gives her invisibility when she decides to use it. It's just an absolute thrilling combo. It's like Kha'Zix 2.0 as ADC.
I mean, they are both from the Void, so that could explain the similarities in abilities. As we are now getting, of course, the laning phase and jungling kicking off. Both junglers electing to start on the bottom side of the map for now. And we will have to see if any early game shenanigans do come as a result of jungle pathings. It looks like Kef is focusing to try and rush to his red buff to get that double buff started off nice and early, while Billion happy to take it a little bit slower, going obviously for that, but Toxic taking a lot of damage. Ignite dropped as well. That could potentially force Toxic back.
Oh, here we go. Aftershock connects easily, manages to get it started. I love the fact that he didn't really take much damage from Aatrox with that single. Meanwhile, bottom lane, look at Toxic. He is very low in health. Almost gets caught out by the second anchor as the camera decided to move away. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. I wanted to see whether it was going to connect or not.
I mean, I mentioned that I was a little nervous for the Nautilus lock-in, against a Sivir and a Morgana. His engage potentials in theory should be low, but he's playing it really well. And part of the reason I feel like that is he's being aggressive before they have access to those abilities. Like level 2, they were able to get level 2 first. They were simply able to force the tempoed play, and Lady and Toxic need to ensure that, yes, you do have a safe lane in theory, you now need to execute that theory.
Exactly, it's a theory until proven executed. But you know what? Midnight, look at this. Look at the state of affairs. You've got Hecarim blitzing through his top half of the map. He's still got the Wolves as well as his Grob still available. Rammus is just completely farming his own jungle. He's getting camp after camp after camp, not worrying too much about it. Oh, Lady gets caught out by everything but the Black Shield. This is really proving effective. Like if we see a lot of this behavior coming out from Toxic to, be Lady's pocket, this could work really well for the team. Like it's looking pretty favorable to start off with, just as much as you're really going in on top of YG, getting those aftershock procs quite evenly well, almost near flawlessly. I think it's near 100% so far with those chains.
Doing really well with the chains to try and make his trades as even as he can. But top lane, the Tahm Kench doesn't have a whole lot of mobility. Pops the Grey Health super early on, forced a flash as well, but the CC is simply too much. Monochrome and Keith will grab themselves first blood in the top side of the map.
A flash for a flash, even response. I gotta give it to Sehun. He was like he did well to survive as much as he could. I have to agree as well. Popping the Grey Shield a little too prematurely. He could have survived a little bit more damage if he let it ride out for a little bit longer. But you definitely have to understand, at level 1, he doesn't really have a high damage absorption rate. Like I believe it's only 85% of the damage he takes, is refunded as a possible shield when he pops it. So for the time being, even though he popped it a little too prematurely, I guess he probably counted his chickens a little too soon, and that probably led to like why he went down a little bit quicker than normal.
But you mentioned it in the champion select and pre-game. Monochrome getting the help that he needs in this top side of the map. Tom Kench, while he's fine at trading with the Riven in theory, not only is he lacking mobility, if Hecarim comes in like we're seeing again, this could potentially be another kill, and this could be the icebreaker that gets Monochrome going off. He is dashing forwards. The CC coming in once again. He needs to hold the great health used very early once again, and he's gonna simply get run down. The turret, will it save him? It looks like it will not, as Sheep secures himself the second kill. He will go down for it, but a trade nonetheless in favor of Westlake.
I gotta say, that was probably the most typical game. That was the most typical response coming out from Keith I have ever seen. He goes to top lane, helps clean up the first kill, pops the flash, then teleports back to top lane after to try and close the gap. He comes back in again, cleans up Sehun once more, and is now forcing Monochrome ahead. Even like he's just flying far ahead now. This is almost looking like a complete rinse and repeat from what we saw number 1, and thank you very much for pointing that out. I was probably expecting to see a rinse and repeat coming out from, these two duos. Like Hecarim is really supporting top lane, effectively well, and it's working to their advantage. They're actually able to, they were able to reap a reward from him going up there. Like if he managed to get away cleanly, Sehun would have been able to survive a little bit more onslaught. He'd be able to survive for a little bit longer, try and keep the gap close between him and Riven. But so far, it's very even Stevens. Like she is still lacking a little bit in CS, like it's comparatively 5 CS per minute effectively, and that could really be the the slight downfall to start off with. She has the kills, but if she has to rely on kills to keep the gap accumulation close, that is a very tough win condition Midnight, and I am not looking forward to see how she'll go towards the mid game.
Well, I expected another gang to come topside. Monochrome, we do know his team loves to help him out, and we're seeing the Aatrox roaming up. We saw this in game number 1, where they got a lot of assistance topside, and we're going to see a repeat. We do see the Consume coming out, but in a 1 versus 3, I don't see a world where he gets out of this one. He's going to get killed down. The question now becomes, who is donated the kill? It looks like YGX or Keith will be the ones to secure it. The Ignite is dropped, so YGX lays claim to that kill, and we're seeing the love that Westlake has for the top laner.
It was a real rat race up top. Just, you see Ribbon actually survive. She kites him around, tries to stay in the fight for a little bit. Aatrox goes up there. It was a little too late when the warning pings came about for Sehun to run backwards. I mean, he was already too far. He was already in no man's land. He was in Monochrome's territory. The guns were pointed at him. The cavalry were charging downriver. It was essentially just like, a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. And now, just like we saw in last game, they are flying ahead. The only thing that I guess you could say is considerably major from that fight was that YG popped his Ignite. So he managed to secure a kill, but he's now down a spell.
Down a spell, but he should be able to get out just fine. He is getting multiple members coming towards him. The flash and the taunt. The Aatrox being jumped off, and World Ender will not save him. Not the flash either.
What the heck was that? A flash and flash. The taunt still effective while he flashed. The perfect glitch in the spell. I definitely have to admit that. The glitch was absolutely flawless for Brilliant as he cleans up an easy return fire. So that's going to be not actually...
Oh, they're going to get some more. The Hecarim in so much trouble, getting caught out in his own jungle. Westlake, they've established dominance on the top side, but they're now getting caught on the bottom.
No, dominance is sitting in the hands of MRGS2 as they're actually able to rest the map. Top lane may be on his own, but he's still surviving well. I mean, he's
another damage coming in for the blue buff. Toxic trying to get a multi-man soul shackles. He will go down before the sphere lands in, and now the Kaiser should gun down there. No, never mind. The Aatrox managed picked up Lady, forced to flash as well, and Westlake finally turning it around. Mount Roskill perhaps a little bit ambitious with their bottom side play.
They were incredibly ambitious. They did have the advantage, but Aatrox coming in and just like completely cleaning up not 1 but 2 members really changed the size. Like that was a huge table flip in favor of Westlake that they're ever going to be able to try and continue this trade. Like they're pushing in towards turret. Dragon is down, so we do see that MRGS do have the passive healing advantage or the passive regeneration advantage. However, that is the majority of it. Like, so far, it is still really close between both teams.
Really close between two teams. 2,000 gold going to Westlake for now. Part of that is, of course, the aggressive jungle play coming out of Keith. And it's a little upsetting to see the Rammus. Sure, he's had impact now, but the early game, or pre-early game area did not seem to have a whole lot of Rammus in it. We are potentially seeing something happening, though. There is a setup around the blue buff. Westlake are trying to contest it, and with Rammus going bottom side, I feel like they are just going to be forced to give it up.
I've never seen so much attention to blue buff before. I feel for the little bugger. This is not his type of game. Just there is so much action going on towards the top half of the map specifically. Oh my god, Keisha.
Keisha trying to force with that onslaught of shadows, but YGX more than happy to turn it around. Reinforcements finally arriving. YGX realizes this is not the fight he was looking for, but Billions does not want to chase in a vision. Keith and Sheep are hanging around nearby.
Oh, I feel like there's still more to it. Like, look at Tom Kench. He's almost getting caught out once again. I gotta say, this is probably the 4th time I've seen Tom Kench almost get caught out. Like, this is the 3rd time. Sorry, he's been caught out 3 times. The 4th time is definitely looking a little bit scarce. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you know the deal. Fool me 3 times, I have no idea what I'm doing. Fool me 4 times, I don't even know what is going on anymore. Like, I feel like that is literally becoming the meme of this game for Tom Kench. He needs to be a little bit more passive. There's a lot of ward coverage coming out from Westlake. Oh, Keisha, no.
Keisha in a lot of trouble. Onslaught of Shadows is available, not being used just yet, but the tower dive, the flash for flash, however, Keisha able to get out alive, and I think rightfully so.
I feel like that should be the highlight of the game. Just, he manages to ignite, he friggin' charge punches Aatrox in the face, flashes away. I could not believe it. He survives everything.
Sheep in a bit of trouble, but he's buying time as, guess who's top lane again? The Hecarim coming in for the Razors. Farlap would be proud of the speed he's becoming up top lane, but he could potentially turn this around, actually. Tom Kench, pretty damn tanky, but does he have the follow-up damage? The Broken Blade being used, Onslaught of Shadows, they actually have to run away. The Catfish is too strong on the top side of the map, and bottom side, we see an attempted gank from Billion, but no such luck.
Not yet. Not for the time being. I mean, it is still pretty early to tell. I mean, we're coming in on 12 minutes even. It's getting pretty close. Like, it's still even Stevens. There's 1,000 gold difference between the two, but Westlakes have the advantage. Like, they've been able to clean up a few kills here and there. They've managed to, Herald is still on the map. You've got a lot of ward coverage coming out from them. They're trying to maintain as much pressure as possible, as well as map vision. If they can keep the fog of war down to a minimal, mainly in the river section, they're going to have a good time. Like, we're seeing Keith having a very favorable time as much as Aatrox here.
Aatrox visiting top lane again, and Sheards is not having fun in this game in the slightest. World Ender being popped just to prove a point. YGX, though, will be able to hunt down this kill. Flash actually will keep the Tom Kench alive, but this top lane pressure is not only difficult to deal with, Mount Roskill doesn't seem to be doing anything with the fact that multiple members are heading topside multiple times.
Hey, if they're going towards top lane too much, they've only managed to clean away at most 3 kills up there. It's not exactly a problem. I mean, look at Rammus, look at the rest of the team. Where they lack in top lane, they're making up for in the rest of the game. And it's amazing. It's working well for Roskill. Otherwise, they would have a lot of attention up there. But it's nice to see Tom Kench is still able to survive as much damage as possible.
We are seeing Sheep, though, returning the love his mid laner has given him by ganking mid. World Ender being popped out of Keisha, who grabs that one, does get out alive, doesn't even have to burn the flash to do it.
No, but he's still surviving well. He's able to keep himself within the fight. Monochrome losing a little bit of touch here.
Monochrome trying to do it. I think it's a nice attempt out of there. They are, of course, zoning away for the dragon as Westlake will grab themselves the Mountain Dragon. In theory, we are seeing Roskill, though. They're going in to try and contest Billion on the front line. Toxic player getting a multi-man soul shackles. Everyone disengaging. Timber will be the first victim of the fight. The follow-up is there. However, the CC is too much as the Riven will fall, and Westlake disengage with 3 members escaping the fight alive.
I gotta say, that was the biggest turncoat of a fight I've ever seen. Just they managed to have all 5 members sitting in Dragon. Pre-15 minutes, they try to get away as much as they try to chip away as much as they can, but the catch out from Rammus as well as Silas was a huge defending moment, as well. Sivir with Morgana, like the ulti combination, was absolutely flawless. I definitely have to give them credit and a round of applause for being able to just pull off such an amazing stunt. They managed to not only clean away 2 kills, they also took down Dragon, so that's their second Dragon of the game. I feel like with that Mountain Dragon, they're going to be able to push down turrets a little bit more comfortably now. Like they have the true damage bonus, they have the capabilities. This top lane is definitely looking devastating. Like Tahm Kench has been caught out quite a lot, but look, he's still flying ahead in CS. Just as much as we're seeing coming out from Silas going up against Aatrox, he has been caught out a time or two there. He hasn't gone down yet. He's still staying within close vicinity of YG. This is looking pretty close, Nick. It's almost a mouse hair away from, you know, the skill cap between the two.
It's going definitely well for Mount Roskill after that successful team fight, and focusing on the top lane for a minute, even with the Tahm Kench being beaten up a lot, he's a level ahead of his opposite number, and actually, yeah, up in CS, and really tough to kill. So sure, you can gank the Catfish, but the Catfish is the one who will be coming out ahead. So they are potentially shifting their tune, looking to focus the jungle. As Keith caught out a little bit, Keish grabbing himself the Onslaught of Shadows.
Oh, what is he doing?
Focusing on the humping of YGX is able to get in over the wall. However, I don't see Roskill being able to really force it too much. But with 5 members middle lane, they need to get something out of this. Otherwise, they're wasting time because meeting view. There we go. Billy flashing in. This is not the play that we're perhaps looking for as the tower dive is coming out. Teleport coming in the back lane. A multi-man knock-up, though, from Timber is able to turn the tower dive into a disaster. And Roskill pushed the envelope way too far. Westlake bite back.
Well, they've managed to purse their mail. It got received, and I gotta say that was definitely an eviction notice. Just they managed to get evicted from the mid lane right underneath their turret, and just like that, they're able to take away an uncontested Herald. This could be the game-turning moment that they need to be able to fly ahead. They managed to claim 2 kills in response to that, so it's sort of like a rinse and repeat from what we saw before. But this time, the winning team is Westlake, and they're really coming in line for their team. No turrets coming down yet. We're seeing a lot more action coming out, a much more favorable position coming out from Riven, to say the least. Aatrox is flying a little bit further in front. Like he's trying to stay on top of Silas, but Silas is proving to be a very powerful contender. They're both close, Nick. Like they have their finishing items, they have their boots. The junglers are getting close to one another, and I gotta say, Rammus is getting tankier by the minute. He's got the Brambles vest. He's completed his jungle item. The boots of swiftness are really working well in his favor. Just as much as we're seeing Tahm Kench fitting the Sunfire Cape and trying to be tanky against essentially their entire team, because they are majority AD, apart from that Kai'Sa, who has yet to actually make a major appearance. She's opted for the Mana Moon, so we're going to see a slower start coming out from her. If she's going towards the Quincy's Rage Blade, we might see a little bit more coming out from her as we enter the later stages of the game, and we're going to see at least another item and a half completed, because she has yet to make a considerable impact.
Ooh, seeing a gank in the middle lane. YGX is the target. 3 members are arriving with Hecarim. Looks like he is going to do the Onslaught of Shadows. Is available to disrupt the enemy backline. Is actually use it to escape. As Roskill once again committing multiple members to the middle lane and having nothing to show for it.
Not yet, no. They have yet to turn on their light, yet to actually see, you know, the fruits of their efforts, you know, come to fruition. The tree has yet to. What I'm beginning to see a little bit from both teams is that no turret has gone down. They're opting towards it. It is still lane phase by the feels of it, because yes, we're seeing everyone running around the place. Herald's gone down. It's sitting in Aatrox's pocket. Tahm Kench is applying as much pressure. It is really even Stevens when we're talking about lane pressure between the two, because it's always at a midpoint. There is barely an opportunity where one team actually pushes all the way through and cleans the turret. We got Aatrox running towards mid lane. Silas is holding it evenly. You've got bottom lane Kai'Sa winning in the CS score, in the CS accumulation, but they're still holding back a little bit. Like she has yet to go down so much as Silas. Just, I gotta hand it to, you know, both Silas and Kai'Sa to have actually stayed alive this late into the matchup. I mean, we're closing on 90 minutes and it's still close.
Oh, it was a bait. The Nautilus gets the hook and goes in. More than likely to his Timber's gonna fall. A beautiful bait coming out there. Blossom was simply waiting as Kai'Sa going onto the Kai'Sa. A beautiful connection. Will they continue to risk it? I don't think they can. YGX has arrived in the bottom lane.
Oh, this is opting to be a 4v4 dragon fight. That's a second mountain dragon. So far, no turrets going down. This one here, if they catch it, it's pretty much going to be the turning moment. Riven is uncontestedly pushing that top lane. They're going to aim for that first turret. Herald is popped. It's going towards bottom lane. Third dragon goes down. Second to be a mountain. Now we're going to see a 3-man convergence right on top of Aatrox to defend against that Herald. Oh my god, Billin.
Dude, if they... Oh, he's going in, actually! He can't pick up Toxic, however. He is now running for his life. Ignite dropped on Toxic. Should take him out. Meeting for you goes in, but he simply goes in to die. Surely one more hit will do him. Takes him out. A very questionable move forwards coming out of the AD carry of Westlake.
And finally the first turret goes down. 20 minutes even, first turret goes down. You've got Herod still pushing it a little bit. I gotta also say that was a nice cleanup coming out from the rest of I believe it was I'm trying to find my paperwork here. MRGS2. Like the fact that they managed to clean up Aatrox and Kaiser in that single fight really helped them turn things around a little bit. Just Civ is catching up in CS. She's finished her first item. She just finished her second item. She almost bought Phantom Dancer right off the bat. Kaiser's just finished her second item Power Spike. She's getting close to, hitting that optimal point. Monochrome, on the other hand, hasn't really made a considerable impact. She's got 3 kills and an assist, but she has yet to actually take down that turret. She's not pushing as hard as what she normally could comparing to Seahoon. Seahoon's defended mid. He's pushed it all the way in. He ulted to go towards top. No, he teleported to go towards top. Defended that evenly well. He's doing, I feel like the amount of pressure coming out from MRGS is amazing. It's almost actually on top of Westlake at the moment, considering Westlake have better team play considerably.
The top laner coming out of Roskill too did have a lot of struggles in the early game, partly because Tahm Kench doesn't have any mobility. He's a slow as hell champion, so abusing that was really, really good coming out of Westlake. But now Tahm Kench is tanky. He has that Sunfire Cape. He has the Merc Treads, and he's a very tanky catfish with the Grey Health mechanic. So this Riven gonna struggle to find anything on the top side of the map as the middle lane goes over to Mount Roskill, and Westlake seem to be struggling quite a bit. They seem almost lost and not sure where they're meant to be going right now. And Billion looking to try and get another pick off.
I swear, that Rammus is almost like a yo-yo. He begins his spin. He's looking for an opportunity to just bounce around the place, look for a charge and return. Oh my god.
Decision getting a multi-man pylon again. Tahm Kench flashes out. Will he stay alive? The Grey Health keeping him extremely tanky, and the depth charge not able to lock anyone down. But now everyone's saying Silas is not here. This is a 5 versus 4. Riven getting a lovely CT and volume, trying to buy what time he can. Meaning for you, crushes him down. The Nautilus hook gets down the support as well. Finally, Silas has arrived, assassinates the AD carry, but his whole team is gone. You cannot be late to a team fight like that. 1 versus 3. Can he turn it around? The answer to the question, I don't think, is yes. He takes out 1, but it will be traded back. YGX, a quadra kill for the Aatrox.
Just seeing that sword slam down from the final Aatrox, the critical damage popping up on screen, that was absolutely devastating. It was just crunchy. I gotta say, Silas is really coming along. Keisha is almost like the playmaker for his team. He isn't, I was really confused. A lot of that fight was missing off screen. They managed to do very well with the, getting caught out and responding kindly, but they still all went down. Aatrox was, uncontested. He popped his ulti. He managed to get a kill. He got a reset. He had the Guardian's Angel passive available. He kept going all the way through it. The fact that he was left alone spelt disaster for the rest of Roskill, and that was pretty much that is pretty much the highlight that, worked really in favor for Westlake, because Aatrox is still alive. He is uncontested. He is 722, 400 gold bounty. He's flying ahead in CS. He's almost keeping up with Silas considerably. I gotta hand it to him. He's doing well. He's doing well against Keisha, even though Keisha is just absolutely I feel as though he's leagues ahead. He's got 2 items. Oh my god, Monochrome, this is just disaster.
This is bullying. 80 carries getting assassinated by top laners, but we'll see. He actually might be able to get a life. Blossom trying to frontline, but Lady has walked simply too far forward as the Broken Blade picks up the kill, and Billow, he can be annoying, but I don't know if he can actually turn this around. With the Morgana arriving, he might be able to. Exhaust being dropped, but now the 80 carries arrive. They realize they are outnumbered. They are in trouble. Ralph Wiggum called. He wants his catchphrase back as Toxic falls.
Gotta say, a broken blade is definitely more than for the likes of them. Just Revan was absolutely on an unstoppable rampage. She is like near the second. She is pretty much the second best her team has to offer at the moment. Like you've got you've got 9 total takedowns from Hecarim, and even second place coming out from Riven. You've got Aatrox on like pretty much leading the scoreboard at the moment. Oh no, Billion, what?
Billion's trying his best, but the issue is YGX, not only is he Aatrox, which means he's got healing in of itself, he has a Death Stance in his back pocket as well, so, trying to fight him by yourself is simply not on, as Westlake grab themselves their first dragon of the game. It is going to be the Ocean Dragon, but while all this is happening, Sahu's like, finally, I'm being left alone. He's pushing in top lane. He's now got a 20 CS lead over the Riven with his 2 armor items finally completed.
Midnight, he's on a holiday up there. He's just playing Farmville. He's pushing the lane. He's getting the objectives his team sort of, lack on the rest of the... He's able to give them the gold accumulation that, they sort of lack a little bit. They are falling behind. I mean, no, actually, no, I have to correct myself. I just looked at the scoreboard. It's still ahead for them on the majority census. Morgana is looking pretty good for their team. Like, she's at 9 assists. She's pretty much over... She's actually got the most, team participation thus far, with Siva sitting neck and neck, toe and toe with her. This is just absolutely astonishing. Like, both teams are still neck and neck at this point in the game. Like, 25-47, and yet both teams are still even Stevens. Like, it's 2-2, 42.5, 42.3. 3 dragons in favor for Roskill, but other than that, they're still holding quite strongly. I got to hand it to their mid and top laner for being able to just apply pressure evenly in areas that have actually been left alone for too long.
It's going really well, and I'm a little amazed, honestly, that the Tahm Kench is on even gold. He's 300 behind, but basically even gold to a Riven, despite all the love and attention that Westlake were giving the Tahm Kench early. The multiple ganks, the multiple visits from the Hecarim, the visits from YGX's Aatrox, and he is still a relevant champion in this game. It is a huge testament to how he was playing that lane, and across the board, everyone is almost even in gold to their opposite numbers, despite the 4 kills that Westlake have over Roskill, Mount Roskill. So, a very even game as we approach the mid, and this means that the teams need to ensure correct vision lines, because if you, in an even game, face check an enemy champion, let's say you face check a Nautilus, that's gonna hurt.
That is definitely gonna hurt, I'll admit that. That last team fight where I saw Aatrox just slam down his axe for the final time, right on top of Silas's face. The damage that appeared on screen was absolutely crushing. Like, I felt my soul get crushed. I love Silas, but at the same time, I just can't believe how much damage he's throwing out. Like, he's near 3 items. He's opting to... I can see he's opting towards the Sterix Gauge, so he's going to try and stay alive long enough to be able to pop his team in the lead, and it's only getting more devastating. Just, there's a lot of pressure applied from both teams. The CS accumulation on both sides, I can't believe this. 212, 204, 183 from all 3 lanes are coming out from Roskill. And it's almost like completely similar on the other side as well. Like, on the other side of the spectrum, Westlake are also pretty, staying toe-to-toe with one another. The only difference I'm seeing between the two is the team fights. Like, that's literally what's pretty much making the difference thus far. Just Aatrox.
Oh, it's an engage coming in. Talk about those team fights. They're diving in under the tier 2. They need to take out Lady, and oh, that is a horribly timed pause right in the heart of the tower dive. What I was going to say is we're seeing a split push. Tahm Kench and Riven are not active in this fight, but this is one hell of a pause timing.
It was definitely the best timing in this series. Like, looking at this freeze point, we're given a snapshot of what we could see. So you've got 2 members running straight after Siva. Silas is pretty much having a 1v1 against Riven. They're on a date in top lane. Sihoon, on the other hand, look where he is. He's sitting right in front. He's just sitting over at their blue buff. He's looking towards getting their tier 2 turret. It is pretty much the condition that I'm seeing coming out from their team is a 4-1 split. But so far, it's not working hugely in their favor. But at the same time, look at this. Toxic has already popped his Zhonya's Hourglass. His Soul Shackles are about to expire. He's very critical health. I can only assume that Nautilus and Aatrox are going to finish him off and get an easy reset on Aatrox's passive. His ulti is going to get a nice charge up. He's going to have the Guardian Angel passive available. Billions, I feel, is the only person who's going to try and save him from an unfortunate execution, as now the pause is coming back in.
Loading back in, Emotion Lady falls down, the bottom lane duo is down. Billion's trying to buy what time he can, Yoshi doing what he can as well, but it's simply not going to be enough. They don't have a top laner in this fight, which means they're finally getting the Tahm Kench, but it's simply too little too late. He had teleport and didn't use it.
No, he didn't. I gotta say though, it was really unfortunate.
Why is he X?
Oh my god!
He doesn't even die yet, finally goes down. The Tahm Kench though, trying to run down the Kaiser. Kaiser though, should be able to survive just fine with 3 members to babysit. The Catfish, 1 versus 3. Can he do it? No, he cannot.
Oh, I feel like if we had bets on that, that would have been a devastating loss. Just he was so close to taking down Kaiser. Now they're going towards an uncontested Baron. This is the second time we've seen him clean up a team fight and take away a major objective that isn't a turret or an inhibitor without contest. Like this is like first they had the Herald, now they're going for the Baron. This is this is hitting that turning point. We're at 29 minutes. We've hit the late game. So far, from what we see, Westlakes are almost having a rinse and repeat historical battle between MRGS, but this time it's their second team. It is the little brother of the two. They're still holding very strong.
Mount Roskill doing very well. It's a bit unfortunate that fight went the way it did, but now without the Baron buff, their saving grace has to be the Sivir. She can, even against Baron minions, I think, still do a decent job wave clearing, but given what we saw out of Westlake, even if you can kind of clear the waves with Sivir, something tells me that even your turrets aren't going to keep you safe with the tower diving potential that the Westlake boys are going to bring.
Well, not for the time being, no, but it's still like, it's still pretty close. They have been caught out in a lot of their team fights, but Roskill have still yet to shine easily. I can't believe I just saw that. Toxic throws down the Dark Binding and just steals away the Scudder. I just can't believe what I'm seeing. That was very cheeky coming out from.
We are seeing a setup around the dragon. However, YGX and Monochrome are not there just yet. Though Monochrome does have access to the teleport if they do wish to contest, but for now it looks like they're just letting the Sivir push in. It looks like are they going to challenge teleport? Teleport not being used just yet as the Onslaught Shadows gets multiple members. Finally the teleport coming in, but it's going to be too late right now. Akaisa diving in finally. Can they get the execution? Yes, they can. And unfortunately, Roskill is just getting ran over. Meeting for you gets chomped up by the Tahm Kench. Not going to be enough. And even with the Riven arriving on the tail end of that fight, they take the team fight victory.
There was so much action inside that fight. I couldn't believe it. Even with the teleport, they still managed to win that fight. Tahm Kench just immediately chased after Kaiser, took too much damage, decided to actually clean up on Aatrox, just swallowed him up and spat him out whole. It was a nice kill, but apart from that, that was pretty much the legitimate maximum. Afterwards, it was just too much. No one was taking on Kaiser. No one was taking on Aatrox. Just Riven was at full health. Hecarim managed to pop his Sterix gauge. Nautilus actually flying right on top of, I believe there's Sivir, cleaning him away evenly. Oh god.
Nautilus looking ambitious, but not able to grab anything just there. As the team does look to evacuate, they grabbed themselves an inhibitor and an inhibitor turret. So Westlake feeling very confident with the way they are playing now. They've broken that stalemate from a pretty much very even gold game to nearly 5,000 in their favor.
I think that last team fight before Baron Pit pretty much, set the tide for who has the advantage. The late game has come. We're now seeing all champions 100% online, and now it's pretty much whoever has the late game advantage, the late game condition, has now been met. Like, they have the game in their favor. Just, you got Hecarim, Aatrox, Nautilus to say the least. They're all protecting their major players like Riven and Kaiser, for the most part. And what makes things even more devastating is that Kaiser has gone AP. Like, look at her build. She's got Mana Moon, Nash's Tooth, Quincy's Rageblade going towards the Zhonya's Hourglass that I fear for the rest of MRGS, just because of how much damage she has to offer. How much health she'll be able to clean away before she pops her passive. Better yet, how much health they'll be cleaned away before she pops her passive. Just the damage output coming out from Westlakes is almost becoming unrivaled. Like there was almost no contesting that. MRGS essentially are playing, the passive game now. They have to try and catch at least one member out to turn the tide in their favor.
Can they is the real question. The Sivir is doing a decent job of keeping the waves clear, but I'm just a little worried that Westlake will be able to find an opening. They have the Baron buff still. Oh no, they've run out of the Baron buff, sorry. So they won't be able to get as much of an easy push. So Lady Eboshi should be able to keep the waves clear enough to stop the siege game, but if they're going to get caught out, Billion needs to be careful what part of his jungle he's farming.
Oh, it's just the fact that he almost got caught out. The fact that he had rollout available to use was a nice clean getaway. Just Aatrox tries the dashboard to land down the, I guess it's the end zone of his abilities, the red zone. A nice clean getaway nonetheless. Like it was good effort from both sides. Rammus getting away allows them to stay alive for a little bit longer. This game's going to be prolonging only for the time being until they reach the next climax, and that would be a team fight. Because if MRGS go down, it is pretty much the game-ending moment. Like we've got Tom Kench pushing bottom. You got all 5 members sitting mid lane, opting towards the final outside turret.
They've shown members on the side lane, however, and that's going to mean Westlake secure themselves the outer tier turret now. Roskill gonna have to have everyone on deck for the middle lane if they want to keep it alive, and Westlake actually backing away. Baron is spawning in a minute, however.
Coming in on a minute, it's not looking good. The fact that it's almost up means that whoever goes for this Baron or whoever gets this Baron has the game in their favor, and I feel like if MRGS take down everybody from Westlake, it's gonna give them that chance to come back. It's gonna give them a chance to push down mid lane, try and at least secure one inhibitor before retreating and resetting, and the respawn signers hit 0. But on the other side of the spectrum, if Westlake managed to take down Roskill, it's the end. Like literally, like they have inhibitors open, one is down, they've only got one inhibitor turret remaining before the Nexus is indirectly exposed or inexplicitly exposed. That all they need is a Baron and then a complete base rush, and that is the end of this game.
Well, Westlake now getting their eyes on the Baron buff, and Roskill have no vision, so they're going to have to make one hell of a face check if they do want to contest this. But a single contest could end in disaster, but Roskill obviously not feeling fully deterred, are stepping up, and actually Westlake almost afraid of the confrontation, backing away.
Oh, they're backing away, but this could be a bait. I mean, they have the advantage. You got one Guardian Angel, 2 Sterix Gauge, Zhonya's Hourglass, and just Nautilus. I feel like he's just a champion on his own. But coming in 35-35, it's really hitting that critical point.
Baron is now being started up. Roskill, I think they know what's going on, but I don't know that they're going to get there in time. Billion has to get close by. He is in the front line. The Onslaught Shadows like on multiple members. Can they commit to the rest of the fight? The Kaiser diving and meeting for you needs to be careful, though. He's getting dived on by the tanks of this team. Needs to support the hyper carry. They finally do. But it looks like the fight is now going to go in their favor. Roskill, though, are not giving up the chase. Meeting for you, not going to go down. That Zhonya's buying all the time it needs. Monochrome arrives to protect his AD carry, and the dive on the AD carry, meeting for you. He survives everything in the kitchen sink that was thrown at him, and a team fight wipe and ace coming in for Westlake boys.
Just seeing the final slam down on that sword was the hope ender. This is literally it. This is the end game. They're not going to worry about Baron. They're going for the end game. Like, they've got one turret remaining. They're going for their first exposed inhibitor. The rest of the team are looking to end this. This is pretty much the hope ender. Like, I just can't believe that. That was such a clean fight. Both teams had it working well in their favor, but you got to give credit for Meeting to be able to survive so much attempts to try and track him down. Like, you had Rammus charging him. You had Tom Kent trying. You had Morgana opting towards something. Silas also charging. But at the end, it was just like as you said, he survived everything they had to throw at him from the kitchen, and that is a complete game. And it's just like that. The staff have pretty much gone on break. They've done their service. They've delivered their meal. It is time for the finishing touches.
Exactly, and that's going to be Westlake defeating both Mount Roskill's teams that tried to stand against them and advancing to the final tiebreaker match that we have on later tonight, where they will be going up against MAGS1. So, guys, thank you very much for joining us for the first two games. We have the third game hidden right around the corner, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the final New Zealand meta tiebreaker in a little bit.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you.
No, no.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final tiebreaker of the New Zealand Meta Series, where we have Mont Albert Grammar going up against Westlake Boys High School. A very interesting tale as Westlake has progressed through all 3 of the tiebreaker rounds, while we do know that Mont Albert, while we haven't been able to see them on stream, have powered their way through only a single round, I believe. So Westlake potentially getting a little bit tired coming into this final game. There's only one way to find out, as hopefully we'll be getting into our third and final game of the day. My name is Ewan Reed, also known as Midnight. I am joined by Reinhardt for our final game of the night.
You know what? We've seen WBHS make it all the way through the first 2 games easily. This is the third game they're coming in, and it's the third time they're also going to be sitting on the right hand side as a red team. I wonder if we're going to see a complete clean sweep, as well as create a myth that whoever sits on the red team will be able to claim victory regardless what stage of the game they sit at. But I gotta say, I am very impressed with what we're seeing coming out from Westlake boys. They've done really well. They're not just a bunch of boys; they're a bunch of men coming onto this rift. They've done exactly been able to do well in the early game, but their mid to late game, they're able to hold off and and ultimately claim victory because they turn it around so swimmingly. Like the first game, we saw Monochrome and Keith do really well sitting up top lane. Same thing we saw in the second game. The contributing difference between game 1 and 2 is that we saw Meeting actually pick up Kaiser in game 2 and really kite them off willingly, able to do as much damage, but also stay within a good distance away so that they can't actually touch him. He's still able to try and kite them around the place, which is really effective to see.
Very impressive indeed. And for Westlake, I do want to see what they're going to bring to the table, because we've seen 2 different styles out of them. We saw the Tonic Tarek in the bottom lane for Westlake in game 1, and then of course we did also see the Kaiser and the Nautilus in game 2. So 2 very different styles coming out of Westlake. Can they? I would be a bit surprised if they do try pull out a third style of bottom lane, but one thing that is consistent is their love to go and visit the top lane, get Monochrome Sheep ahead of his opposite number, and coming into the third game of the day, I would be surprised if we didn't see Keith and, of course, YGX heading to the top side, as we are, of course, starting off the pick and ban, and Aatrox is the first victim of pick and ban.
I'm not exactly sure how to feel. Like, we're seeing target bans taken away, these from Westlake at least twice now. First it was Echo, Now we're seeing Aatrox taken off the board. Interesting enough to say, we've got Tristana taken away from, I can assume, I think it's Watermelon, from their team. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure both teams aren't exactly in pick order coming into this final game, based on what I can see coming out from both sides. So we've got Monochrome sitting, possibly in the mid lane if this is LCS order, but so far we've seen him sit up there twice. Silas taking off the mix. This is definitely something interesting to behold.
A lot of bans, rapid fire. Silas being banned tonight from that first pick. We do know that they are not actually in LCS pick order, so we're simply going to have to put together who is where after the pick and ban is concluded. But Kaiser taken away from Meeting for You makes a lot of sense. It does potentially open up Tarek Sona, however, since neither champion has been banned away. The last champion on the list is going to be that Thresh, and Ezreal, the first lock-in coming out of Mont Albert.
Interesting to see Ezreal being picked up immediately. Just having your ADC, picked up as your first, as the first champion on roster is real gutsy. I mean, you'd have to have a lot of guts, and you have to have a lot of confidence in your team to be able to pull off a stunt like this. But I guess, coming out from Mags, it's going to be, quite a game to behold, as Dimitri's already picked up. Possibly could be a flex pick.
We'll find out on the side of Mont Albert, but Westlake making no hesitation, grabbing themselves the Echo, and we could potentially see another Hecarim out of Keith, but Sejuani is still available, not hit by the ban list, and we did see Keith play Sejuani in game 1, but never mind, they've secured Pyke for their team. And
it's looking close, Nick, between the two. I mean, we've got Yuumi finally making an appearance on the map. We got Hey, look, I'm loving this. Like we've got Pike picked up for that as the support and response. Ezreal's on his own, but versus considering his ability to be able to chrono shift or be able to just jump around the place whenever it's off cooldown, it could work really well going against the bottom lane duo. But I'm really curious to see what they're going to pick in response to Dimitri picking up Ezreal for their team, because Ezreal's that type of champion that can do well in lane. He's very mobile. He's very flexible. And having Uni sit on top of him is also very nice to see. I mean, she can just sit on top of him. Where he goes, she goes too. The healing, the damage, the movement speed, as well as I believe it's her Q. I'm not really 100% familiar with the spell name yet, but when she's sitting on top of a champion and she uses that spell, she has full control over the direction of that missile. And having such a huge range is going to work really well for her, especially if she's got Ezreal sitting in her pocket as the ADC.
Well, we'll have to see how that goes. The Kled locked in excites me a lot. I am a huge fan of the champion, and I want to see where it goes. Sorry, where it goes in terms of the matchups, because we are seeing Keith grabbing himself his Sejuani, because that's going to more than likely end up in the jungler's hand. So I like the composition we're seeing so far out of Westlake. The real question becomes, what are they going to pair up with the Pike in the bottom side of the map? They've lost the Lucian, that's been banned away, and they can't access the Kai'Sa like they did in the previous game. So I'll have to see what they do elect to grab as second round of bans is underway.
Well, from what we can see so far, you got 380 taken off, 2 junglers, Aatrox specifically targeted from YG, as well as Thresh actually taken off. It's a bit more of a, spray and pray. Both teams could be scouting out one another, but as well, I think Mags have actually been looking into their team comp a little bit, over the last 2 games since they have been streamed. They are exposed to literally everyone. You've got Aatrox taken away, Kai'Sa taken away from last game specifically, and so far, like, we've got Pike taken up with Echo and Sejuani. That is a somewhat strong engage-based team comp.
Indeed, a lot of engage coming in there as the Sona is locked in, which, oh, this is gonna be a Pike top lane. That took me way too long to remember that Pike is now a top laner, being flexed around up there. So we'll have to see we'll see what does end up getting flexed around. We can't say for certain who is gonna be where just yet, coming outside of Westlake, but we do know that Xin Zhao locked in for the jungle, and there's a Camille hover. But considering that has to be Mont Albert's mid laner, I'd be a little surprised if it ends up being the Camille.
Oh, it's looking
my
disastrous, I'll say that. We've got Camille picked up, we have our team comp. I'm very curious though, like, is Camille going to be that jungler, or is that, like, going to be something else? Like, I'm a little bit odded by their lineup, because I don't really see any very conventional mid laners, unless it's going to be Camille taking mid. Whereas, on the other side, I am absolutely fearful of their team comp. Just, you've got Pike with Echo and Sejuani. As well, you've got the Sonaric bottom lane coming out again for the second time tonight. I am really unsure as to how I feel about this. I mean, you've got YG mid, Pike sitting in top lane. You got Camille going possibly mid or top with Niru sitting in either as well. It's really hard to determine until we get into game, but Xinjiao with Ezreal and Yumi, that is definitely something we can concretely, say 100% that they are going to be the conventional picks. But aside from that, it is looking a little bit more haywire. I mean, Pike mid a few times, but I've seen Pike top lane actually a few times, but I've never seen a great deal come about from it. So I'm really curious to see whether Keith's actually going to try and help him out in game number 3. Like, he has so much in the first 10 minutes of game 1 and 2 midnight.
Well, when it comes to game number 3, I would be a little amazed if Keith didn't decide to visit top lane quite a bit, and the reason is behind that Pike with access to that execution in the Death from Below ultimate. Kled, if he gets dismounted, is going to be in a lot of trouble. And if Sejuani can arrive with access to the Permafrost or the Glacial Prison come later on, I fear that Kled is really going to struggle in that matchup if he falls behind. That being said, if Kled's able to snowball, and trust me, Kled can definitely snowball if he gets a really well-timed remount on the Skull, he could just start rolling over the top lane. So we're hoping to see Westlake continue the style that they've been running in the previous times, which is that they have YGX and Keith visiting Sheep up in the top side multiple times in the mid and early game if the laning phase does get extended. And while that happens, they're going to leave Timber and Meeting on the bottom side with the Sona Taric. They should be fine. And against the likes of an Ezreal Yuumi, while Ezreal Yuumi does have a little bit of poke, they can harass their opponents down. Taric Sona is known for two things. And one of them is their insane sustain. We mentioned it in game 1, we mentioned it in game 3. It is very difficult to knock Taric Sona out of the laning phase through harassment alone. You need to kill them, or you need to focus on your farming. So we'll see where Dimitri and Lady Killer Nico do end up deciding to go. Do they try and force the kill, or do they simply take the safer of the two options, focus on CSing, and trying to get Ezreal to his tier upgrade, get him to the more than likely going to be an Iceborne Gauntlet coming in as most Ezreals build nowadays?
Well, for the time being, I'm definitely curious to see how it's going to work because you've got an Ezreal. Last time we saw them go up against a Caitlyn and Leona combo. They did effectively well coming into the mid and late game. The early game, not so much because they fed about 4 kills between the two at least. I think it went up to about 6 before lane phase ended. But when it came to the rest of the game, they came through very well for their team, which it really made the difference. So when you're looking at the win conditions between both teams, the fact that they have Sana and Tarek, the Sonara combo, it means that they're going to be opting towards the 20-minute mark. Like once it hits 20 minutes, they're going to start coming online a little bit more better. They're going to have better team fights. They're going to be able to clean up a little bit better. But I'm still very curious because you've got Kled and Camille to start us off with. You got Yumi who can sit on top with her ulti. It's an absolute bonanza between the two.
We'll see how that does take itself, but I want to drag us quickly to the solo lanes. We know that Pyke is going top. We know that Echo is going mid. But the question is, who is going up against them? Where do you put the Camille, and where do you put the Kled if you are Mount Albert Grammar, Reinhardt? Where would you put these champions?
I honestly do not know. I mean, it's hitting that point now that in a team-based environment, it's really hard to tell until I see some matchups on the screen. We're very limited, and I'm very limited in being able to determine which champions sit where like on a tier list, mainly because we don't have all the stats. We have yet to actually see more and more coming about it. Up until this point, it has been like considerable. Like we've got YG sitting on Echo for the second time. Game number 1, he absolutely demolished against his contender, which I believe was a Twisted Fate. And then you've got Sejuani being picked up for Keith again. So it's looking like we've got two S tiers on two very strong players. You've got the Sunara combo down bottom. They did really well coming to the mid and late game. However, I feel as though they sit a little bit lower on the tier list, mainly because their early game is very strong. They need to be able to survive a little bit longer, not exactly feed off a few kills, and have Keith help them try and clean up an easy kill, here or there. Because sitting down bottom, they don't have a lot of farming capability. They are, I guess you could say, handicapped when it comes to the CS trade. But when it comes to team trade, they are absolutely 100% S tier. But because there is a lack of in when it comes to their lane phase, that's why I feel as though they sort of need to sit a little bit low on the ladder.
We'll find out where they are able to go as we will be loading into the game very shortly, hopefully. And a look down the keystones, there are a few ones that catch my eye. The first being Sheep running Electrocute rather than Aftershock, which is a bit more standard on the Pyke. But the other one, Nirhanu's Kled, is running Press the Attack instead of Conqueror, which, as someone who's played a bit of Kled themselves, I have to say I do not like seeing that.
No, but well, what can you really do? I mean, you don't want to, but you will see it all at some point in time. And considering we're coming in on this broadcast with this type of game, it's only expected we'll see something as disastrous as that. But we're coming into this. We had the startup. We had the final game of the evening. Westlake actually managing to stay on stream the entire time, winning every single game they've been put through. They're holding up well. They've managed to take down both teams from MRGS, the brother teams. Now we're coming in on a completely different team. We have Mags coming up against them, and this is going to be the final. This is going to be the final pursuit to decide who's going to be moving forward and who's going to be lacking behind a little bit, coming through to the playoff in the second half of this split. Coming out to you by the Meta High School League.
Well, we'll find out as we should be ready to enter the final tiebreaker of the night between Westlake Boys High School and Mount Albert Grammar. So we'll find out which of these two teams is able to stand atop the mountain, who shall be crowned king of the New Zealand tiebreakers.
Well, we're coming into this. Both teams are making themselves known on the map. I love this. We've got every single member already. WBH are just driving our driving force. All 5 members together. We have a rinse and repeat response coming out from Max as well. Like, it looks like we might have our first team fight before lane phase even begins, before the minions spawn.
I've seen how this song and dance goes. I've been to this gig, and I think we all remember how game 1 went between Roskill and Westlake. So we'll have to find out very shortly, as Westlake has not been spotted, but they drop the ward, they don't see anyone, and actually they're gonna back away without really committing to try and pick someone else. So not as successful as an early game as perhaps Westlake were looking for.
I think they were trying to opt for, like, a similar gameplay, and like we saw in game 1 where they caught out Caitlyn. They managed to completely stun her down and just clean up their first blood for the team. Whoever gets that first blood does have that early game advantage too, because they could just go back to base and buy a weapon, whether it be the jungler getting, the hunter's machete, or wherever it might be. Like, it might be a longsword for mid lane, or a magic tome for top lane, or even better yet, the ability to actually pick up their level 2 support items for the bottom team. It's a real spray and pray. The area is very grey when taking down first blood, and whoever gets it does have that early game advantage.
We'll see where the first blood does come in, because it hasn't come in just yet. As laning phase started, it looks like it is going to be the Kled on the top side of the map, with the Camille middle up against YGX's Echo. So we'll see how the fight does go between these two solo lane groups, as junglers are starting out quite safe. Keith doing the same route he's done every game, rushing from blue buff straight to red buff, and then will more than likely do a bit of a clearing around, while Watermelon is going to go for red into this Krugs, and red into Raptors into Krugs, and we'll have to see where he goes after that. Kind of expecting him to rotate up to the top side of the map, because I look at the bottom lane, I don't really see a world where you can force a fight with a Nico and an Ezreal on the bottom side, a Yuumi and an Ezreal on the bottom side of the map.
It's really hard to tell. I got to admit that, and I got to agree with you, because they have a lot of healing potential. They have a lot of damage soaking up potential because of the shields they have to offer. You've got Tarek taking on the Guardian, and just you can clearly see that Timber is just being the damage
Milan
powerhouse.
Trying to force the gank, forces the flash out of Timber. They are getting a bit of damage turning around onto the Xin Zhao. While that's happening, there's a gank on the top side. The Kled trying to run where he can. There is no execution, but one more hit will do it, and first blood going over to Sheep in the top side of the map.
And just like that, 3 minutes 15, we have our first bit of action. I think this is probably the latest first blood we've actually seen so far across the 3 games. And what's really interesting is that we saw both junglers on the opposite side rinse and repeating one another. So it's like where one was top side and gank their top lane, the other decided to do the opposite, go to bottom lane and bottom push. But what's interesting is that the only major victory between the two was that Sejuani got rewarded, and Xin Zhao essentially just soaked up a bit of XP from minions that went down around him. That's going to put Dimitri behind only by a little bit. Well, what's going to be interesting to see unfold is how Tarek and Senna are going to play on the rest of this, because they were nice and passive before. They were so close to their turret that they could get invade. Yeah, they could take a few hits, but that was literally the maximum of it. They're going to get away safely.
Well, all that was happening, Keith was able to steal away the blue buff of Grammar Albert's jungler. So it's going to be a 3 buff start for the Sejuani, which is such a good boom for this champion, accelerating her towards that level 6, get her that Glacial Prison nice and early, and we'll see what impact Keith can do with this early tempo lead. I'm almost expecting another visit to top lane, because Sheep falling behind in CS once again, but we know what happens when Sheep falls behind in CS. His team comes to help him out.
Oh, that is absolutely 100. The last 2 games we've seen it happen. We see Keith coming top quite a bit, like we saw before. He helped claim first blood. He helped him try and keep up. The one thing I'm finding Monochrome lacking quite a little bit with the early game phase is that, their CS capability is, weak in comparison. Like, yes, they're able to clean up a kill, but that's because they have support of their jungler, and he just sits in lane and just, gets a free farm. But when you look at it from a different perspective, if we saw Watermelon actually, doing the same repeat as Keith, it would be a different story. And Monochrome would actually be forced even further under pressure and sitting underneath their own turret, with minimal opportunity to actually take down CS. Because if they're careful, they might be able to work to this condition and utilize this error made by Monochrome and try and freeze the lane outside, towards the midpoint, and encourage him to come out and get caught out by Watermelon if he decides to come towards top again. But for the time being, it looks like Keith are sort of helping him try to make sure he doesn't reach that, condition.
We're seeing Keith on the bottom side of the map. One of the few times we've ever actually seen him helping out his duo lane, but will they really commit to it? If the stun lands, they might just, but Ezreal very safe with that flash, and the arcane shift will get out alive after only having to burn a single summoner.
Oh, the fact that he burned his flash is definitely disastrous. He doesn't have that teleport available, and yet we're seeing at least 3 summoner spells still available from the Sunaric combo. Meanwhile, Monochrome, look at him go topside.
He's trying to use the fact he's level 6 to get an advantage, but the death from below simply not going to be enough, I don't think, as the Kled, more than happy to fight this up. He is tanking up an entire minion wave, does not get the execution, messes the combo up, and Kled, if he remounts, that could potentially be a rundown kill.
That could be. I mean, he's just hit level 6. He has pulled out. He's just got to get Skull back alive. He's just got to get Skull back on the... I mean, he's doing well to hold out. He managed to prevent getting executed. Gotta give him credit for that. And he's still able to push around.
Oh, Echo's arriving though. A visit to the top lane. YGX visits top once again and grabs himself his first kill of the game.
Oh, I feel like this is an air. Look at them go. Just Sejuani comes near. As soon as Sejuani comes near, you see Ezreal and Yuumi just running backwards as Timber actually gets a little bit too aggressive. And I feel as though that's what probably, is the dead giveaway for Sejuani, like for Dimitri to actually start running away. It's like, oh no, Sona's coming at me. I better run.
Running away. Dreams is going to get crushed down.
Oh. Well, there goes his dreams, I guess. I gotta say, this is looking pretty standard, coming out from Westlake. That's just they have so much roaming potential. Like Yumi's just finished her support item. She is, almost leagues ahead comparatively. What I'm also finding interesting is that Tarek is actually still keeping toe-to-toe with Dimitri in the CS accumulation.
That probably shouldn't be happening on the bottom side of the map. The Ezreal harassment is trying to do what it can, but unfortunately, as you said, even on CS, even if the Ezreal is a significant chunk of gold ahead, thanks to that Kleptomancy, 400 in favor of the Ezreal. So while he may be even on CS, he is far from even in gold. But we are potentially seeing Keith visiting top lane once again, but Nero not going to get caught out by it twice.
Oh, I feel like this is only going to be the beginning of it. I mean, we see the ulti is everything. Sejuani's going to get caught out. In the middle of that tri-bush, the Vision Seed pops, Xinjiao, actually the rest of Mags know where he is. I gotta say, the fact that, he remained a bit aggressive with Xinjiao nearby was a nice preemptive attempt to try and, catch them out. Because they are lacking a little bit. They don't have any kills on the scoreboard. They've yet to do anything major. It's like, oh god, Kled is really wailing into Pyke. The only thing that's keeping him alive is the fact that his passive regenerates like probably 60% of his missing health based in that time period he took damage. YG is definitely someone we have to look out for. He has done so much for his team. He went to top lane, got a clean kill. Went to mid lane, got a clean kill with Sejuani helping this time instead. So far, whenever there's been a fight, it's always been a 2v1.
Talking about a fight, there is one there. The execution not landing. Sheep not having the game he's gunning for. But the Kled trying to get back Skull. Actually, one more hit will get him back. His faithful mount does not, however, the remount animation gets interrupted. And Kled falls for the 3rd time this game.
Just as you see Kled jump back, mount onto Skull, he gets executed, and that is absolutely soul-crushing. Just not even a second
Final chapter being opened up. The Cosmic Radiance is not going to save the Tarek!
No, but it saves Timber. Timber gets away cleanly. I gotta hand it to Killer for that
Oh
one.
my lord, Timbers forced the flash! Nearly crushes him out.
I could not believe what I just saw. That was absolutely amazing coming out from Dimitri and Lady Killer. Now we've oh god, here we go, YG.
A lovely parallel conversion from YGX to give him a bit of a shielding. We are seeing it's being extended, but YGX should just back away. He did get out unscathed, 2-0 with that proto belt now completed on the Echo.
Okay, well now we've got that protobot completed. He's got the health, he's got the cooldown, the active as well, on top of the ability power. He's finally hitting his online point. Now it's just a matter of what he decides to choose from there. And I'm pretty sure historically, he opts towards finishing his boots, then goes towards, I believe it's the Rabadon's death cap. So this could be an even Steven early game, like we saw in game number 1 coming out from YG. Monochrome, on the other hand, he's falling a little bit behind. Like, he is still behind in CS, but you know, when you look at the gold accumulation between the two, he's 1,000 gold in front. Like, just get in the kill, get in the assist. The Your Cut portion of his ultimate's passive is just really, you know, making up for where he lacks. And I feel as though, like, you know, taking on Pike in game 3, considering his gameplay strategy, is really coming, like, it's really coming through for him. Like, I feel as though Pike is a better suited champion for his gameplay style.
So it's going quite well on the top side. Keel, I'm a little surprised Keel's hanging around here. They did see him clearing the ward itself. They are trying to set up for Dragon, as they always do. Westlake wanting to ensure they get every objective. And Your Dreams has just recalled, so there should be a free objective handed over to Westlake on the bottom side of the map, but they're backing away for now, simply letting it reset. Ezreal and, of course, the Yuumi are hanging around nearby, but I don't see a world where they contest this. YGX is running into them. He is forcing down the Dimitri, forced to flush over. YGX has no chill, flashes over the wall to ensure it's a trade for trade. That's an interesting crescendo. Perhaps want a refund on that musical performance there as final chapter coming out, but that is not the book lockdown. With no support, they can't really force any more than that.
You know, that might have been the final chapter for Lady Killer, but it definitely wasn't for Echo. Stays outside of turret range when he gets snared. He's still able to get away cleanly. He has his ulti still available in case Water decided to jump on him. A near flawless like attempt at getting towards bottom lane. So 3 kills in all 3 lanes. 1 in top, 1 in mid, now 1 in bottom. And just the reset is working phenomenally well for them.
Westlake in a pretty strong position right now across the lanes. We are seeing Sheep wanting to force something. He needs to get this death from below. Finally gets the execution he's been looking for all game.
He's probably feeling really good about himself after.
Ooh, Meeting might be in a bit of
attempts.
trouble here. He might be betting in Cosmic Radiance not being used. Sorry, it is available, but not being used in time. And no one ends up dying despite the Glacial Prism being dropped.
Clap down to, you know, Keith for being able to get that. Just coming in, becoming the saving grace, popping the Guardian, helped him survive a little bit longer, picking up a bit more damage. And then, like, you know, as we just saw, towards middle lane, you've got Dreams really sitting on top of Echo, trying to keep toe-to-toe. Echo is absolutely, like, leagues ahead at this point. He's got 3 kills, he's ahead in CS, he's got 2 completed items. Camille, on the other hand, has yet to complete her first major item. She has the boots, but comparatively, there is still a long way for her to go. Like, she is probably going to opt towards the Titanic Hydra to get some, you know, extra health going. The passive on it as well. Sorry, the active on it as well. Coming into this point of the game, we're going to probably see both teams opting to be a little bit more aggressive. You've got Meeting trying to stay within lane pressure. Timber trying to be as pokey as possible. Dimitri finishing up the Iceborne Gauntlet. It's a bit of an interesting step. I do not see Ezreal's actually try to finish it so early. Like, I usually try and go towards the Mana Moon, but this is a first.
It's one of these items that he's trying to feel very safe by rushing it. He says to himself, I don't need the tier is stacking one way or the other. I might as well get a bit of armor. Might as well give myself a little bit of safety with the Iceborne Gauntlet active. We did hear the charge taking place on the top side of the map. I presume that's to escape a all-in, as we're seeing a skirmish between Kled and Pike once again. But Kled, 2 levels down. Sheep finally getting a level advantage in his lane and definitely utilizing the pressure well with this Pike with a completed Youmuu's in his back pocket, waiting for that execution.
Midnight, this isn't it. Just, you've got YG now coming towards Xin Zhao. He knows He's got a rough idea of where he is.
Uh-oh.
Prediction.
Seeing a skirmish on the top side, the Kled is CC. The Zephyr from below not connecting once again. 1 for 4 coming out of Sheep. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Meet for You, this final chapter locking down 2 members. Cosmic Radiance able to keep them alive for now, but I don't think Meeting's going to get out of this one alive anytime soon. YGX arrives. The double man stun coming out as well, and forced to flash away. YGX, though, hot on the tail. He will not let his prey away. Surely to God. The healing coming out of the Yuumi, though, is not actually getting through. Finally kills him. But the zoomies from Lady Killer being a pain in the ass.
What are you doing?
While all this happening, Dream trying to turn around Keel, drops the Glacial Prison, but Dream gets out without too many issues, and one hell of a fight happening bottom side.
I don't know what Dreams was thinking. The minute he decided to go down there, you see at least one member go. You see Ezreal, Xinjiao finally goes down. You got Ezreal sitting there with you. Yumi claims an easy kill, but at that point, you're going up against a Taric as well as a Sejuani. And if you're a man that has only got a kill, hasn't got a kill under his belt yet, he's half building, like he's gone for the Tiamat. He's got the Sheen, so we know he's going towards his Triforce. It's really disastrous. And I got to say, towards the lane, that was a nice skirmish. Niru is really forced to base now. This is the first time I'm seeing Monochrome actually, getting ahead. With the help of Keith, he's really making plays. Like, the risk is now becoming the reward.
And it's almost ironic that in the game where Westlake isn't showing the same amount of love and affection for their top lane, and we've had a couple ganks top, but nothing like what he received in the previous games, he's actually doing super, super well. A level advantage over his opposite number. He has a fully completed item and a component compared to Hara, who has 2 components. It's really looking bad for the top laner of Mount Albert Grammar, and really good for Monochrome Sheep, who, if he can keep pressing this advantage, Pyke with that execution Death from Below will always be relevant.
That is true. The Death from Below is like becoming his major play. Like without it, he won't be able to stay. You won't be able to stay ahead. I mean, at this point, he's already getting close to. He's still 1,000 gold ahead, which is nice to see at this point.
Oh my lord, your dreams just get executed.
I can't believe that
YGX.
underneath Tara, and he doesn't even pop his ulti. He popped he did everything else. That was literally the majority of it. Claims their first turret for the team. They also managed to take down Ocean Dragon. This is just leagues ahead of them. They have this game so far in their pocket. It's not even funny. I mean, 17 minutes 32. We got 2,000 gold ahead. 5 kills in front. That would be interesting. 5,000 kills in front. It's just an absolute historical moment. Just they've managed to win the last 2 games flawlessly in the mid to late game. This is probably the earliest we've seen him actually flying online like this. They're absolutely cleaning up.
YGX's Echo 5-0-0. He has himself the Lich Bane, has himself the Proto Belt. The top lane, of course, doing really well, 2-0-2 with 150 gold bounty on him as well. The one area that maybe you could say Westlake isn't doing amazingly is, of course, that bottom lane. No kills for either of their duo, but given the state of their solo laners, you can't look a gift horse in the mouth at that point, as we are seeing skirmish in the mid, YGX going onto Your Dreams, and I think he might crush them out without too much hesitation. The main actually buying out time. YGX forced a chrono break back, but I don't think there's a world where he loses the fight. Reinforcements have arrived, but he still gets out alive. Fancy footwork from YGX.
I don't know whether it was fancy footwork or challenger footwork. Just the fact that he managed to get away, he actually had the opportunity to also position himself for a return fight on top of Xin Jiao, but the fact that Ezreal and Yuumi were nearby, they managed to just charge over the wall. Yuumi managed to get her Q out and just hit the edge of her line, getting the spark on top of him was just as flawless as well. Like, I gotta say, we're seeing some clean plays here.
Ooh, Nirahara trying to force the fight, but he's 2 levels down. Sheep, however, despite having everyone topside, is backing away. Finally realizes, oh, wait a second, we outnumber you topside, buddy. Niraharu needs to be careful. He cannot afford to get caught by any crowd control. If he does, I think he just straight up dies. He gets caught by the dazzle, caught by the prison, and that is all she wrote for the Kled. They do, however, turn it around. The final chapter and the Ezreal arrival does drop Sheep, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. And in one way, for Mount Albert, you've got to be happy with that. Trading a 0-5 champion for a 3-1 champion ain't too bad at the end of the day.
No, but then when you look at the follow-up, just look, the Herald's up.
Herald's up, Herald's charging. The Crescendo landing on multiple members. Your Dreams forced to back the hell away. They aren't able to, however, threaten the turret just yet. They're continuing to make the threat, though. They need to be careful. I think there's only one bad decision away from a tower dive. And Dimitri, with this Ezreal, he's playing aggressively and actually might be forcing them to back away.
Oh no!
Oh, never mind. What? Yes! Oh, that was disgusting. Dimitri had to watch his support died. He's gonna have to watch his jungler fall as well. The Ezreal forced to witness chaos as YGX's Chrono Break breaks Montalbert Grammar's support in half.
I literally felt as if like my life flashed before my eyes. Just the surprising ult coming out from YG was just too much of an ambush. I don't think they were expecting him to do that. And just, you know, for him to be able to clean up an easy kill like that, he's finished the Lich Bane, he's got the Proto Bolt, it's only getting more disastrous. Like, look, you've got Pyke returning back there through teleport. It's a 5-man hard stop. They're defending evenly, but now we've got the top wave of minions finally connecting up. They're converging on that turret. They're going to be able to take it away and contest it.
Oh, grab themselves the outer tier 2 turret room for Westlake there. 3 turrets to 0, sitting at a 6,000 gold advantage. 8 kills, 2 Ocean Dragons, with the next dragon spawning in around about a minute. And that's going to be another Ocean Dragon as well. So Westlake in a dominant position. Sure, I think they prefer maybe a couple Infernal Dragons, but you can't really complain when you are this far ahead at 21 minutes.
No, and this could be another early Baron too. They're really trying to stay. They're really trying to stay far ahead. They're also trying to make sure they have, you know, path. They do not want Mags to get that Baron. If they do, it's going to mean a couple extra minutes they have to defend. Because at this point, just what was my brain is now beginning to skip on itself. What was the team? Westlake managing to actually stay far ahead. Like, it's getting to that point where they can do whatever they want. They're able to take turrets left, right, and center. And I gotta say, like, this is impressive coming out from a single team. I don't think I've seen a single team be able to actually survive for so long across all these games and be able to take away games near flawlessly as what we're seeing coming out from specifically YG, and now we've got Monochrome also coming ahead too.
Monochrome doing an excellent job. 3-1-3 will nearly have his second lethality item backed up. More than likely going to be the Duskblade of Drakthar ready, and we'll see how he'll use it when he does grab the item. But for now, the team's setting up around that third Ocean Dragon. They will be able to secure that one. I'd be very surprised if Mont Albert will be able to contest them on this. So 3 dragons now building that gold lead to about 7,000 gold, and this is about the Baron. And I fear if Mont Albert Grammar lose the Baron, they are going to struggle to have wave clear, because who's supposed to clear Baroned up minions on the side of Mont Albert? Like, their best option, I feel like, is Ezreal, and he's not exactly prime time options when it comes to wave clear against Baron minions.
No, especially since, like, you know, he's not very effective against minions in, like, the early game either. Setting himself back even further. At a crucial stage like this, they don't want to get caught out. Like,
oh my lord, talk about getting caught out. Dimitri gets just that Cosmic Radiance coming out to deny the damage of the final chapter, but YGX from the backside says, hey boy, this is my free kill. 9-0-1 on the Echo, and that is such a disaster. He thought he was out, only for Echo to appear behind him, say, it's nothing personal, kid, but you gotta go.
Yeah, for the time being. I mean, it's not over yet. The advance is they're still advancing. They're just really trying to become a vanguard, pushing all the way through to their base. There's only 1 turret sitting outside, but they're not really focusing too much on that. They're trying to for this base race. They're going for that inhibitor turret. They might even go for the inhibitor.
Well, they're going in under the turret. Can they grab the inhibitor turret itself? It is still shooting away. The Kled charging in, but the Pyke able to get the execution, or at least the pseudo-execution. 2 members for Ezreal, Nico, and Whaleman forced to watch as they lose the inhibitor at 24 minutes. This is not the way Mont Albert Grammar were hoping this game to go.
And now they're going to be going for an uncontested Baron. 3rd game in a row where they claim away the first Baron to top it off too. They've claimed away the first inhibitor across 2 games so far. They've just claimed their first inhibitor in the 3rd game. So far, every single game, they've managed to make major plays where possible. And we're at that point where I'm feeling the late game settling in quite nicely. Like, Cerna's got the she's got the Seraph's Embrace with the Lich Bane. You've got Echo with 3 completed items on the board. One of them, to be specific, a Rabadon's Death Cap, and that is a huge power spike. Like, that is a big ability power boost. I believe he's sitting on near just over 500 ability power at this point. And since he's also got Lich Bane, he's just an unstoppable force. I mean, his ulti saves him. He's got extra health with the proto bot. He's got an active. Just he's almost near 10 CS per minute as well. I mean, at 2505, he's sitting at 218 CS respectively. He hasn't died yet. He's 10 kills and 2 assists. He has the most bounty I've seen in this tournament so far. It's almost like it's almost undisputed essentially Midnight.
And they're doing extremely well this game, sitting at nearly the point where I call the mark. 10,000 gold is near impossible to come back from. It's doable, but extremely difficult. And when they hit to that point, it's a real red flag for the enemy team. They're seeing a potential 2v1 on the bottom side, but they need to be so careful. This Echo is more than happy to fight this, and when they show multiple members bottom, the Baron is the start up there for for Westlake. And I do not see a world where it's contested. Sure, they know what's going on. Water needs a hell of a steal, but he has no flash. I don't see how he gets in. Throws himself in. Crescendo lighting. Teleport coming in as well. The Crescent Guard trying to buy time. The final chapter locking multiple members down, but can they get any kills? Your Dreams is getting in there as well, but the Pike grabs one execution. Grabs himself a second. Grab himself a third. No, misses the final one. Dimitri and Nico forced to watch as their team is torn apart by the butcher that is Pike.
I believe that was a 4v5 team fight, actually.
Keeps not letting it go, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be the end of the game. Westlake say, cool, buddy, you can skirmish around all you want. That's going to be the game. That is going to be Westlake Boys High School passing the New Zealand meta tiebreakers, making their way to the final.
And just like that, we managed to watch Westlake Westlake Boys High School managing to start off on the stream, having an astounding victory in Game 1. They took away in Game 2 against MRGS, partnered to the little brother team compared to their predecessors. They also managed to take away Mags in the final game. So they managed to win all 3 games astonishingly well. They had so much control all the way through. They did have some upset moments, but that's nothing short of how far ahead they were. And one thing I'm really scared to look at is that Ezreal's build path. Look at him. He finishes off with the Iceborne Gauntlet, then gets the Mana Moon, finishes it into a Muramana, and then he also decides to go with the Wit's End, which is very curious to say the least. He also has the most gold on his team. So when you're looking at the post-game stats, the difference is astounding between the two Midnight.
It's definitely, and the Wit's End, I must admit, is maybe a little bit more of a questionable item. It's not something you typically see on Ezreal's, but it could definitely work, and unfortunately not able to have the impact that Dimitri was really going for in this final series, where Westlake, of course, able to... We saw a typical Westlake. We saw Monochrome getting a little bit of help on the top side, not as much as we used to, but we saw domination coming out of YGX on the Echo, 10-0-2 this time. So 2 Echo performances and 2 standout performances we've seen out of this man in the mid.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, he deserved the MVP of today's stream. I mean, look, he was so amazing. Game 1, he demolished his Echo. Game 2, he just smashed his Aatrox, almost to the literal pun. And then in Game 3, he was an absolute chrono break as his return, taking Echo for the second time in this final match. I mean, it didn't matter what they tried to do. He had a counter waiting to pick up. And that just really goes to show how astonishing you can be when you have a few champions in your lineup and you don't really and the rest of the enemy team don't really know what to do when there are multiple factors to take into account. There were multiple variables to look at. They had the top lane, the jungler, the ADC, and support. They had 4 lanes they also had to deal with that it didn't really matter. And overall, we saw Echo YGX completely take away all 3 games tonight as our overall MVP.
Doing a beautiful job in that one from the side of Westlake. But that's nothing to take away of not just the teams we've seen on today, but the teams that we know are fighting through the other regional tiebreaker games. Because remember, this is just a New Zealand series, so we'll have the Victorian teams, the Western Australian teams all going head-to-head in their own tiebreakers today. And we'll have the regional finals coming up, I believe, at the end of the month. And I'm pretty sure on the Meta HSC website there is going to be live finals across multiple different states. So if you are interested, of course, if you are part of the finals, definitely make sure you're going. And even if you're not one of the players, I still think you want to go to these live finals in your states. And then at the end of the day, remember the top teams from each state will butt heads in the bracket series near the end. And it all tops off with the interstate finals at MEO later this year. So you can't take away from the fact that these teams have done a spectacular job getting here, but this is about halfway, and the hardest part of the route is still to come for these teams.
And I believe, Yatos, you're going to be actually making a personal appearance actually at MEO, being the one of the on-stage casters. So that's going to be really something to see.
I'm not gonna. Oh yeah, pretty much. I will be getting onto that one, so I'm very excited to see that. So hopefully we do get to see. Hopefully we get to see what happens with MEO, guys. But thank you very much for joining us for the meta tiebreakers for New Zealand, and we'll hope to see you across many other streams in the coming future. So thank you very much for joining us throughout today, and we'll see you for a future cast.